Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Halo, selamat pagi teman-teman. Semoga semuanya dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Di hari Minggu pagi yang cerah ini, kita harus semangat, karena di pagi ini kita akan mendapatkan materi tentang Ielts yang tentunya akan bermanfaat bagi teman-teman. Saya ucapkan selamat datang kepada teman-teman peserta workshop Ielts. Perkenalkan, saya Iftiha sebagai MC pada acara Ielts Youth Workshop How to Boost Your Score, persembahan HMP bidang ILC 2021. Saya mewakili panitia mengucapkan banyak terima kasih atas apresiasi teman-teman yang telah mendaftar sekaligus telah hadir pada acara pagi hari ini dan menghimbau kepada teman-teman untuk memfollow akun AZ serta ILC. Kemudian tak lupa pada pertengahan acara nanti untuk mengisi presensi yang telah dibagikan oleh panitia. Dan telah hadir tamu undangan kita, yakni Mas Fuad Hamamita Anjasmara, selaku Ketua Himpunan Mahasiswa Pasca Sarjana Universitas Gajah Mada, periode 2021. Selamat pagi, Mas Fuad.
Pagi, Mbak.
Ya, terima kasih telah menyempatkan waktunya untuk hadir dan selamat menikmati rangkaian acara kita, Mas. Oke, baik. Izinkan saya untuk membacakan susunan acara pada pagi hari ini. Yang pertama, pembukaan, yakni doa, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya dan himne UGM. Dan yang kedua, sambutan dan pembukaan. Yang ketiga, materi Ielts. Dan yang keempat, penutup. Diharapkan kepada seluruh peserta untuk aktif mengikuti serangkaian acara, materi, dan kuis, karena panitia sudah menyediakan merchandise yang tentunya bermanfaat bagi teman-teman. Baiklah, untuk mengawali acara pada pagi hari ini, akan lebih baik jika membuka dengan doa terlebih dahulu. Kepada teman-teman semua, dipersilahkan berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaan masing-masing. Berdoa dipersilahkan. Amin, amin, amin. Semoga dengan doa yang telah kita panjatkan, acara pada pagi hari ini berjalan dengan lancar dan mendapatkan ilmu yang bermanfaat. Selanjutnya, menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Diharapkan kepada seluruh peserta untuk mengambil sikap duduk tegap sambil menyanyikan lagu Indonesia Raya. Kepada panitia yang bertugas, dipersilahkan. Berikutnya, menyanyikan Mars UGM.
Ku berjanji
Terima kasih panitia. Teman-teman dipersilahkan pada posisi semula. Selanjutnya, sambutan yang pertama akan disampaikan oleh Ketua ILC 2021. Kepada Mas Ender Kuryanto, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih kepada MC telah mempersilahkan saya untuk memberikan sambutan pada pagi hari ini. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi teman-teman semua. Alhamdulillahirrahmanirrahim. Berkat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, akhirnya di pagi yang indah ini kita semua dapat berkumpul bersama meskipun masih dalam kondisi untuk melaksanakan kegiatan secara daring atau secara online. Yang saya hormati Mas Fuad selaku tamu undangan dari HMP Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kemudian yang saya hormati Mas Zulkifli selaku tamu undangan dari AZ. Kemudian yang saya hormati lagi pemateri kita hari ini, Mbak Dian. Kemudian yang saya hormati juga dan selalu yang saya banggakan, teman-teman ILC, BPH ILC, dan juga teman-teman panitia yang selalu dan siap dalam melaksanakan kegiatan kita pada pagi hari ini. IELTS ini atau program kegiatan ini merupakan salah satu program tahunan dari ILC sendiri, di mana pada tahun ini kami mencoba mengkolaborasikan program ini dari dua departemen kami, yaitu Public Relation dan juga R&D. IELTS pada pagi hari ini kami mengambil tema How to Boost Your Score IELTS, di mana kegiatan ini kami bekerja sama dengan Asset Banking Center Malang. Kemudian kita tahu semua teman-teman sekalian bahwasanya skor IELTS itu merupakan salah satu syarat penting di mana kita ketika kita ingin menggapai suatu impian, suatu cita-cita atau pekerjaan di masa yang akan datang, skor IELTS adalah sesuatu yang sangat penting. Skor IELTS sendiri merupakan salah satu prasyarat bagi teman-teman yang mungkin ingin melanjutkan studi ke luar negeri. Nah, dari hal tersebut sehingga ILC mengambil peran di mana kami sebagai salah satu organisasi mahasiswa yaitu yang bergerak dalam bidang bahasa, yaitu bagaimana kami berperan untuk membantu teman-teman sekalian bagaimana mendapatkan pelatihan skor IELTS dan mendapatkan skor IELTS dengan atau skor IELTS yang terbaik sehingga cita-cita dan harapan teman-teman semua bisa tercapai. Mungkin sekian sambutan dari saya. Ada beberapa istilahnya pesan penting yang ingin saya sampaikan kepada teman-teman sebelum saya mengakhiri sambutan saya pada pagi hari ini, yaitu tetap semangat dalam belajar, tetap semangat untuk meraih cita-cita teman-teman semua, meskipun dalam kondisi daring. Pesan saya juga, tetap jaga protokol kesehatan, tetap jaga kondisi fisik teman-teman, tetap jaga kondisi kesehatannya. Kita patuhi semua arahan dari pemerintah agar pandemi atau masa pandemi terkait dengan COVID-19 ini segera berakhir. Marilah kita semua ambil peran dalam mengatasi pandemi ini. Mari kita saling tolong-menolong, mari kita saling membantu satu sama lain. Ada quotes mungkin sedikit dari John Dickson kalau teman-teman istilahnya pernah mendengar. Yeah. If you want to get the result, is nothing is about. Sorry. If you focus on the result, you will get nothing. If you focus if you change, you will get the result. Atau istilahnya, kalau teman-teman hanya fokus dalam hasil, maka teman-teman nggak akan dapat apa-apa. Tapi kalau teman-teman fokus untuk bagaimana teman-teman merubah apa yang ingin teman-teman rubah, maka teman-teman akan mendapatkan hasil. Dalam kegiatan pagi hari ini, maka apa yang teman-teman lakukan adalah mengikuti kegiatan ini, yaitu semoga teman-teman bisa mendapatkan skor IELTS yang teman-teman inginkan. Sekian dari saya, apabila ada salah kata dari saya, mohon maaf. Sekian, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Matur nuwun Mas Endar. Oke. Selanjutnya, sambutan sekaligus pembukaan yang akan disampaikan oleh Ketua HMP 2021, Mas Fuad Hamamita Anjasmara. Kepada Mas Fuad, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Suara saya jelas ya? Tadi agak putus-putus soalnya. Jelas nggak?
Jelas, Mas.
Jelas, Mas Fuad.
Oh, baik. Tadi ada kendala koneksi tempat saya. Selamat pagi, teman-teman sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang terhormat Ketua ILC, Mas Endar Kuryanto, dan juga pengurus ILC, dan juga kepada panitia yang telah mempersiapkan acara pada pagi hari ini hingga nanti siang, dan juga para pembicara. Tadi ya disebutkan ya dari AZ ya kalau tidak salah. Nah, marilah kita panjatkan puji syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa yang telah memberikan nikmat kepada kita semua, sehingga pada pagi hari ini kita masih diberikan nikmat sehat dan juga kesempatan, yang mana dengan adanya nikmat tersebut kita bisa berjumpa dalam rangka kita belajar pada pagi hari ini hingga nanti siang. Tentu saya apresiasi, terima kasih atas undangannya dari ILC untuk memberikan sedikit sambutan dalam acara ini. Tentunya acara ini insya Allah akan bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Kenapa? Karena memang dalam hal kebutuhan akademik kita ini adalah bahasa itu menjadi peranan penting di dalam akademik kita. Terlebih kalau kita bicara tentang profisiensi ya atau kebutuhan terkait dengan bahasa Inggris ini, maka salah satu yang bisa kita capai adalah dari IELTS itu sendiri ya. Selain daripada tentu ada IPT ya, tapi kita bisa mengambil langkah di IELTS, terutama kalau kita ingin studi lanjut ya ke Eropa misalnya. Nah, itu tentu lebih banyak membutuhkan IELTS. Saya sempat dulu itu ketika mau S2 ya, itu banyak melihat kebutuhan ternyata lebih ke IELTS ya, bukan IPT. Ya, IPT ada, tapi IELTS ini juga terbuka cukup luas itu ya. Hampir banyak universitas di luar negeri juga akhirnya menggunakan IELTS sebagai syarat lain daripada IPT. Nah, ini menjadi satu peluang bagi kita semua untuk belajar bahasa lebih mendalam, karena tentu bahasa adalah salah satu kunci kita mempelajari sebuah ilmu gitu ya. Misal kalau kita ingin membaca jurnal-jurnal internasional, tentu kita harus bisa menguasai bahasa Inggris dengan baik. Ataupun kita akan menulis publikasi, ataupun mungkin kita akan presentasi di conference, ataupun kita akan berjumpa dengan orang-orang dari internasional di sana ya. Secara global tentu kita sangat membutuhkan itu. Nah, IELTS menurut saya memang sangat komprehensif, di mana dia mencakup banyak hal, baik itu menulis, kemudian berbicara ya, speaking ya, dan juga listening ya, mendengarkan. Dan itu sangat, insya Allah sangat kita butuhkan gitu ya, untuk pengembangan terutama dalam hal akademik kita. Dan juga saya berpesan ya, mudah-mudahan ini acara bisa berjalan dengan baik dan nanti teman-teman bisa mengikuti juga dengan baik, karena kalau saya lihat ada simulasinya juga ya. Nah, ini kayaknya menarik sekali nanti kalau teman-teman bisa ikut ya, menyimak dengan baik. Karena kalau kita biasanya kalau pelatihan bahasa itu kan cuma nyimak ya. Nah, tetapi tentu yang paling utama adalah simulasinya ya, karena kita akan bisa mengukur seberapa jauh kita punya kemampuan, dan itu menjadi starting point kita untuk improvement kelanjutannya. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan pada kesempatan kali ini, dan juga nikmati ya kalau dalam belajar bahasa Inggris itu, karena Sebenarnya konsepnya semua ya, semua. Ketika kita mempelajari sebuah hal tentu harus kita nikmati, harus kita have fun ya, kayak gitu. Dan apa namanya, tentu dengan itu kita akan lebih mudah untuk mempelajari sesuatu. Baik, sekalian saya buka untuk acara pagi hari ini. Mudah-mudahan acara hari ini bisa berjalan dengan lancar dan juga apa namanya ilmunya kita bisa manfaat di masa depan. Saya kira itu yang bisa saya sampaikan. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya dan mohon maaf jika ada kekurangan dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Acara saya buka. Terima kasih.
Baiklah teman-teman, kita telah mendengarkan sambutan sekaligus pembukaan dari Ketua HMP 2021. Maka acara workshop IELTS akan kita mulai. Oh ya, ini sebelumnya kita mau swafoto dulu ya. Mohon izin Mas Fuad untuk bersuafoto dan teman-teman untuk on cam. Oke. Ya, mohon untuk teman-teman untuk on cam ya. Oke. Kepada panitia, dipersilahkan. Oke, baik. Baik, Mas Radif sudah selesai? Oke, terima kasih. Terima kasih teman-teman. Dan acara selanjutnya yang sudah kita tunggu-tunggu, yakni materi IELTS yang akan disampaikan dari AZ dan akan dimoderatori oleh rekan saya. Sebelumnya izinkan saya untuk membacakan CV dari moderator pemateri pada acara pagi hari ini. Nama Arti Nur Sagena, biasa dipanggil Sagena, asal dari Samarinda. Saat ini di Magister Keperawatan Universitas Gadjah Mada. Kepada Mbak Sagena, waktu dan tempat dipersilahkan.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih untuk teman-teman dan juga Mbak Iftika selaku MC yang sudah membuka dan membawa acara dan selaku MC pada hari ini. Mohon maaf sekali sebelumnya saya ucapkan untuk para panitia dan juga para peserta, saya tidak menggunakan virtual background karena kebetulan laptop saya not supporting, jadi ya seperti ini saja adanya. Baik, saya ucapkan terima kasih juga untuk Mas Fuad selaku Ketua HMP yang sudah membuka acara kita pada kali ini, kemudian Mas Endar selaku Ketua ILC dan juga Mas Radip selaku Ketua acara pada hari ini. Dan juga terima kasih sekali untuk para panitia yang sudah bekerja secara giat dan juga sudah menyempatkan dan memberikan waktunya untuk acara kita hari ini. Semoga diberi kelancaran. Amin ya rabbal alamin. Kemudian terima kasih juga untuk para hadirin yang sudah berkesempatan dan juga meluangkan waktunya juga pada pagi hari ini di Minggu pagi yang biasanya orang-orang pada masih tidur nih jam segini, tapi kita semua pada acara hari ini alhamdulillah sudah sumringah semua. Semoga sampai akhir acara masih semangat. Oke, jadi saya Sagena selaku moderator pada hari ini. Baik, mungkin saya sapa saja narasumber kita yang luar biasa pada hari ini yaitu Mbak Dian. Halo Mbak Dian, selamat pagi. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, selamat pagi semuanya.
Iya, sehat ya Mbak Dian ya?
Alhamdulillah.
Iya, dari bajunya warna merah, semoga ini membakar
Iya,
semangat kita. Iya, amin. Oke, baik untuk mempersingkat waktu, mungkin saya membacakan CV dari beliau karena beliau ini sangat luar biasa pengalamannya dan juga sangat berpengalaman di dunia IELTS tentunya. Baik, untuk operator dipersilahkan untuk melakukan share screen. Mungkin agak kurang kelihatan, tapi baik saya bacakan ya. Baik, berikut saya bacakan CV dari beliau karena tak kenal maka tak sayang. Jadi beliau ini bernama Dian Kustiasari, beliau lahir di Kediri pada tanggal 20 April 1987. Kebetulan beliau ini mengenyam pendidikan S1 dan S2 di Universitas Negeri Malang. Pada saat ini ia mengajar untuk IELTS preparation sejak 2010 di Asset Language Center. Kemudian dari tahun 2016 hingga sekarang beliau menjabat sebagai Academic Coordinator di Asset Language Center Malang. Selain itu juga beliau merupakan bekerja sebagai penerjemah lepas dan juga korektor artikel atau jurnal dan tesis dan disertasi. Ya, itu tadi CV dari beliau yang sudah saya bacakan. Luar biasa sekali ya pengalaman dari beliau terhadap IELTS ini. Semoga apa yang beliau sampaikan akan merefresh kalian untuk tetap belajar IELTS dan tetap semangat. Oke, tak perlu berlama-lama karena mengingat waktu juga, mungkin untuk Mbak Dian, waktu dan tempatnya saya persilahkan untuk melakukan pemaparan materi.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih sekali kepada para panitia. Kemudian terima kasih juga saya sampaikan karena sudah diberi kesempatan pagi ini untuk sharing dengan teman-teman semuanya. Tanpa menunda waktu lagi, saya akan memulai presentasi saya pagi ini.
Baik, saya jeda sedikit Mbak, untuk para hadirin atau peserta mohon untuk tetap stay tune pada acara kita kali ini karena untuk link presensi akan kami share di room chat dan mohon untuk para hadirin tidak membagikan atau share linknya, share link presensi di WA group. Terima kasih.
Oke, saya akan menggunakan kombinasi bahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Inggris. Jadi biar lebih jelas untuk teman-teman semuanya juga. Thank you so much, Anna. I'm going to start. So first we are discussing about IELTS. In today's presentation, I will expose to you what IELTS is and then the strategy that we can use to do the IELTS skills. So the meeting agenda will include what IELTS is and then the test structure and then all the 4 English skills in IELTS, including the listening, reading, writing, and speaking. Then there will be tips and strategies in each of the skill. The last will be about assessment and scoring. So first, as everyone already heard what IELTS, but maybe you don't exactly know what is actually IELTS stand for. So this is what IELTS stand for. It is the International English Language Testing System. This is the kind of test or English proficiency test that is used by countries that use English as their native language, or probably it's also English-speaking countries around the world. IELTS can help you to work, study, or migrate, either to Australia, Canada, New Zealand, the UK, or in the US. Now, for those who want to study in the English-speaking countries or a country where English is the native language, they require to submit IELTS before they join the university classes. And beside, for those who wants to migrate, it's not for studying anymore, but you want to relocate your residency, you want to reside in another country, for example, as a temporary residence or as the permanent residence as well, you need to submit as well IELTS. Then it's not just stop there, but people who need to work somehow is also are required to submit IELTS. However, the IELTS here is different. Some of them have to submit either academic, if it is related to the academic job. However, for those who just work in, let's say, banks or any other jobs, they have to submit the general training module, the general training IELTS. So there are two kinds of IELTS. And then IELTS is actually owned by the joint ventures of British Council, the IDB IELTS Australia, and then the Cambridge Assessment English in the UK. The score is ranging from 1 to 9. However, the common one is starting from, let's say, 3 to 9, because less than that, probably people do not really answering the question or they do not come. And then this is the most popular test, the most popular English test nowadays, compared to IBT, Pearson Education, or even the others, the other English proficiency test. IELTS is the number one used in the world nowadays. It is recognized by over 10,000 employers, like probably manufacturers, and then any kind of work-related universities, schools, and immigration bodies. So when you want to reside in Canada, for example, or in Australia, the immigration bodies is about 300 and more immigration bodies are already recognizing IELTS. And don't be afraid that IELTS is actually unbiased. It is fair to all the test takers. So people may think that, oh, if I take the IELTS, I have to speak with the examiner, and then this most probably subjective. But there is no any subjectivity in IELTS because the examiner itself is not just one. All right, then moving to the next, it's about the test structure. As I mentioned, there are 4 English skills that will be assessed in IELTS. We have listening, and during the listening, it's approximately 35 to 40 minutes. It depends on what kind of IELTS test you are taking. Are you taking the computer delivered or are you taking the paper based? When you have to take the paper based, that will be 10 minutes extra to transfer your answers. But if you are taking the computer delivered, there is no extra time. However, most likely there is like 1 minute, but we must be careful because once this 1 minute finish, all the recording is already recorded and we cannot do anything to our answers. The second module given is reading. So once we complete the listening, we have to do the reading. The reading is delivered and then must be done in 60 minutes sharp. There is no extra time for this. So once the invigilator start the reading, until 1 hour, we must submit it. So we cannot say, I'm sorry, I haven't transferred my answers to the answer sheet, or maybe I'm sorry, I need to write one more word. There is no any extra time for that. So make sure that during 1 hour, you must complete all the reading and already in the answer sheet. The next is writing. In the writing also we have 1 hour to complete 2 tasks. During this 1 hour, we need to be careful in choosing the vocabulary, the grammar, and then how we arrange the content of our essay or description. As the last, there will be speaking. During the, either it is in the, either it is in the computer delivered or it is in the paper-based test, the speaking will be given separately. Some of the test center will conduct the test, the speaking test in a separate days, let's say on Friday or on Sunday. But some others also use it, conduct it in the same day, which is on Saturday. And IELTS is always held in Saturday for the paper base. While for the computer base, usually it depends on the test center, can be on Tuesday, on Thursday, or some of them also held it on Friday. Then between the written tests here, between the listening, reading, writing, and going to the speaking, there will be time break. So we can have a break depending on our our turn. For example, if I am the first in a turn, so I may only have about 15-minute breaks, then I have to go to the speaking room. But if my name is, let's say, the last alphabet, and then I might get like 5 p.m. So I can go home first, I can come back again, then I can do the test. All right, now focusing on each of these skills. The first is listening. The time allocation is 30-minute recordings and 10-minute transferring. This is for the paper base. And then all the questions are distributed over 4 sections. We have 40 questions in IELTS. All these 40 questions is varied. We must try to complete all these 40 questions. However, there is no any penalty if you cannot answer 1 or 2 questions or even more. Each question is worth 1 point. So if I lose 1 question, maybe I don't answer 1 question, then I lose 1 mark. But if I can complete it, and then that's correct, it's a perfect score. Now, it is distributed over 4 sessions. It means each session, one session will contain approximately 10 questions. During this 10 questions, you will have a break. So 5 questions, and then break for a while, and then going to the next 5 questions. That's the common way in the delivering IELTS. The procedure is we listen to the recording and we also already have the question booklet in front of us. We must answer directly. So there is no any additional time for us to think first, later, and then we answer. No, so while we are listening, we are also answering. This is quite different from TOEFL. We used to do TOEFL, for example, then TOEFL is question first, then answer later, but here no. Then transferring is given only for the paper base. During the listening, we don't have. So, during the computer base, we don't have this transferring time. And then if we do the paper base, we must use pencils. And the pencils is already have some criteria on it, like what kind of pencils we have to use. Usually the test centers already provide this. Then the test structures. The test structures consist of first section conversation. It's a general topic. Usually it's more on social between 2 people, so it's easy for us to understand. However, moving to the next session, it's a monologue. So we must be familiar with one person talking in a longer time. The issues is still social or general, so it will be still easy for us to follow. Yet, moving to the section 3 and 4, the content will be a little bit difficult. The issues given on section 4 and section 3 is more on the academic base. It may be conversation between 2 people of 4, and then educational or training background. And for the last one, especially, it's usually the most difficult. Many people may got low score because of the last section. It's a university style presentation. Then we need to be familiar with the kind of monologue given by lecture, or let's say given by public speaker, things like that. And don't be afraid that I'm afraid if I do IELTS, then this will be like a British accent while I'm used to the American accent. No, because in the IELTS, there will be a range of accents. It's a British, Australian, New Zealand, American, and Canadian. So we need to be aware that we must practice listening using different kind of materials from either Australia or from Canada or from British to expose ourselves with different accents. Okay, so here is the type of question. So there are several type of question in the listening. First, and the common one is the note completion or maybe form, table, flowchart completion. So during this, the important thing to note is focus on the instruction. The instruction may say no more than one word, two words, or three words. If it is no more than one word, we cannot write more than that. Even we cannot put any preposition or article, let's say a or the, things like that. However, there is also instruction saying that there will be there no more than one word and or numbers. It means we still can put number combining with the word. So the most important thing is just read the instruction, how many words you are required to answer, and then can you put numbers as well, or is it only word? Then the next is map or maybe plan or diagram completion. Still similar to the previous one, we need to complete only words here. It can be words, it can be letter. We don't have to complete like the whole sentence because in IELTS we never answer in sentences. The next is multiple choice. We need to be careful in multiple choice because even though it's like we have choices, so we can see from the choices which one that the speaker mentioned, but the choices here is usually longer. So we must deal with the time allocation. The importance of speedy reading is really essential here. Then the multiple choice is approximately 3 for the common multiple choice. But if you have to answer from many choices, usually it's for several questions, there may be up to 8 choices altogether. But these 8 choices are for several numbers. The next is matching. So we have to match the idea in one table to the other one. Usually here can be matching names or maybe place, or can be like work related. Then the last 2 types of question that must be focused really carefully is the sentence completion and the summary completion. Some people get problems here because they miss just one letter, or probably they do not really focus on the sentence structure. Once we have to complete sentence completion, we need to focus also on the grammar. So it's not just answering, okay, the answer is book. I write down book. But do I have a in that question? Or do I have the there? If I don't have any or the or anything indicating singular, then I must put books for the answer. And I also need to focus on whether the subject is singular or is the verb already provided, because for this kind of question, the question is the answer is ranging from either we have to put the noun as the subject, for example, or we have to put the verb. And then if we have to put the verb, we must see whether my subject is singular, so I can just put verb with an S, or the subject is already plural, so I don't need to put any S for the verb. So this is also crucial. And the next, also similar to sentence completion, is the summary completion. during the summary completion, most of the words in the summary are paraphrased. So we may only find the synonyms. We don't find the exact word what we hear. So the importance of paraphrasing is needed here. Now for the summary completion, somehow the question may say the committee requires every participant to join at 8, for example. And then from the listening, from the question, we may only see the committee require every participant. So every participant here is omitted. We only hear the committee requires blah, blah, blah at 8, to come at 8. And then the listening may say that all participants or maybe all audiences, no, it must be the same word. So all participants are required to come at 8. So where is the answers? The answer is already at the beginning. We hear the word committee at the end. So this is the typical of a summary question. So the question will go in the first, while the answer is in the last. That will be written in the question. But what we hear is the opposite. And then from the recording, we hear all participants, but in the question, we have maybe each. So we must change from participants plural, we must change it into singular, each participant. This is also crucial in the summary completion. So that's why during the listening, we cannot just lose our concentration. We need to really focus in every second of the recording. Okay, so I'll continue. The next is the academic reading. In the academic reading, we need to complete 40 questions as well. It is distributed over the 3 passages. Now, the range of passages here is quite long. It can be 2 pages long. Then we must complete it in 1 hour, no extra time here. We must also use pencil if we take the paper base. The point is we try to answer every question given and then pay attention also on the spelling. And then grammar is also just important here. Then, as I mentioned, because it is long, so we need to be familiar with the kind of article which has about 500 or 1,000 words length. And then try to also get it from books, from journals, or maybe from magazines, newspapers. These are really, really authentic, so it can give us plenty of vocabulary. Then also expose ourselves with different kinds of topics, because this is like IELTS is for every participants, every people from different backgrounds. So there is no any specific specific topics or field that are focused. In IELTS, we need to also be familiar with economic. We need to also be familiar with social, and then most probably also history, technology, education, language. So different kind of sectors, aspects must be must be read in order to improve the vocabulary and then the ability in reading. But we don't need to be really worried because it is already adjusted. So it's not just for the specialists, which means if in any case that we found register is a kind of difficult word that we may found in a text, and this register or this special word is only for particular field. For example, if it is about medical, then we may find some of the words like pathology, for example, and there will always like explanation below that what is pathology. So it is really reader friendly because even non-specialists can understand like can understand roughly the idea of that text. But even though it is also adjusted, we need to be also familiar with the academic vocabulary because we are taking the academic reading. And then be aware of illustration. Maybe they appear in illustration. Yet the illustration here is still in paragraphs. And then we have to answer it usually in the labeling question. And some people may say that the language is complicated, where again, it depends on our background in reading. If we keep reading different kind of articles, different kinds of topics, so maybe it's easier for us. And then these are the types of questions in reading. First is matching headings. These usually are the first one. Matching headings, matching sentences, or even phrase to paragraph. In the matching headings, we are given a list of headings, list of main idea. Usually it's not in the sentence, it's just phrases. And then we have to match which paragraph contains this information. And then for the matching sentence, the paragraph is similar. We also need to focus on specific sentence, whether this sentence contained in paragraph A, B, C, or the other. Now, for the third one is slightly similar to the sentence. So how to deal with this one? When we have to answer matching headings or sentence to paragraph, we need to focus on the main idea. So let's say, read the first sentence of that paragraph and then try to guess first, go to the list of headings. Do I find the similar meaning, similar information from the headings? If I don't find it, then I need to read again the next sentence or the last sentence. This will help us like plenty of information, whether my choice the first time is already correct or I have to change that because the next or the supporting idea in that paragraph doesn't really correlate with the main idea that I choose. So again, here we need to practice. We cannot just the first sentence and then like I will be able to answer it directly. It's a little bit I may not say it's impossible. Some people may understand it clearly even reading from the first time, but not many people can do that. So practice is really needed here. The next is matching. I may say matching dates time is the most or the easiest. Like it's the least complicated question. So once you get this kind of question, do it first. If you have the dates, it's easy to find. If you have the name, it's easy also to find. So to answer that question will be a lot easier compared to the other types of question. The next is a sentence. Sorry. The next is sentence completion. So this, I will say that this is similar to the listening. When we have to complete sentence, we need also to be careful with the grammar. We need to be careful in the structure of that sentence. For the table of flowchart or maybe diagram, somehow it's not really that important as long as we still follow the singular plural noun rule. For example, I may not put any plural marker if it is uncountable, and then I must put, for example, s or es if it is plural countable. As long as we follow this, and then most IELTS answers are usually nouns, plural. So this also we need to be we need to pay attention on that one. And the next, summary completion. In the summary completion, we may somehow have word list, so we can choose from, but sometimes we also don't have the word list. If we have the word list, summary with the word list means we need to pay attention on paraphrasing. the synonym of the word that we need to put for that answer. Let's say on the text we have the word tax, T-A-X, but in the choices we don't have this. And then we find the word levy, so L-E-V-Y. So tax and levy is the synonym. For some people who do not know the synonym of the words, it might be difficult. So try to guess from the context if we can understand from the context. But actually, when it is coming to the word list, it's not that simple to know the meaning. So practice is really important. Try to be familiar with different kind of vocabulary, and then also expose yourself with new synonyms. Learn from the thesaurus, for example, is really helpful. Next is the multiple choice. Multiple choice here, similar to the listening, we have 3 choices commonly, or we have more than 5 choices for several numbers. And I might say this is also easy because you already have the choices. You need to just paraphrase. So the important here is the paraphrasing. And then last one, but this is usually troublesome, is like the author point of view. We need to deal with the identifying information or the author point of view by answering true, false, not given, or yes, no, not given. So here, usually the troublesome choice are false or not given. When we have to answer true, means the idea in a sentence of that question, either the subject and the verb, are also similar to that in the text, even though it is paraphrased. But when it is false, the subject might be, yes, exactly the same, but the verb might be contradict. So we still have the information about the verb or maybe the object, but it is contradict. Now, how is not given? We only find the subject, we don't find the verb, or the other way around. We only find the verb, we don't find the subject on the text. So one missing information, it's already not given. And both are missing, it's also not given. So that's the types of question that we will face during the reading. Now I'm going to go to the next skill. Before I continue, when I deliver it all in English, I hope that everybody understand. If anyone require me to switch to Bahasa, I will switch to Bahasa. Okay, so next, academic reading. I bring here only the academic reading because most people joining here, I believe that they are scholars, so they're going to study. They're going to take a degree overseas, so I will focus on the academic. Yet there are also a general module of writing, which have different kinds of tasks in writing task 1. The writing in IELTS consists of 2. One is description, the second is argumentation. When we have to deal with the description, we need to describe graphs, charts, tables, or processes. Here, we cannot put any opinion, including any statement and words indicating opinion. We only have 20 minutes to deal with writing task 1, but we must complete a minimum of 250 words. So there is no, what is it? There is no excuse if we write less than that. So try to complete the minimum words. Yet, how if I write more than that? There is no any penalty if we write more than this because 150 is only the minimum. But we must be careful in the time allocation because sometimes we do not have much time to complete until, let's say, 200 words. It's not really easy. Then the things that must be there in our writing task 1 is the general trend, key features, and then the comparison. When we miss the general trend, the score will be also degraded. And then the key features are important because this is what we have to describe. Moving to writing task 2. In the writing task 2, we have argumentation. As this is argumentation, all of the content will be opinion-based. Now, can I put data on that? As long as we can assure that the data is correct, it's okay. And then as long as we can support our opinion, that's also okay to put data. But again, bear in mind, we are required to write essay, which means we cannot put tables. We cannot put, let's say, we draw something there. No, it must be in paragraphs. The time is 40 minutes to complete minimum to 50 words. The language here are important. So the language and then the word choice, grammar are really essential because we need to show that we master this topic, we can answer it correctly by giving the appropriate thesis statement, and then we can elaborate it by give more argument on it, examples with different kind of words. Again, repetition is really, it's not really suggested here. It may reduce your score significantly. So try to be familiar with different language, language styles, passive, active, sentence structures, also synonyms. Here is the example of the writing task 1 question. We may have line graph for this kind. Again, in the line graph, usually we have to deal with the trend. How is the line moving? So we don't just simply explain, okay, in the first year it is this number, the next year reduced to this number, and the next year going up to that number. But we must show also the trend. How is the decreasing? How is the increasing? Is it significant? Is it slowly? Or maybe there is a fluctuation. So we need to show trend in this kind of graph movement. And similarly for the bar graph or bar chart, people also say, in the bar, we have different kind of description. Maybe we have time like this one. So we need to pay attention also in the movement of the numbers, similar way in describing the line. But if we don't have the time, we may also have the categories like the National Gallery and then Victoria Albert Museum, etc. Here, we need more comparison in our description. So it's not about increasing, decreasing anymore, but it's more on higher, lower, and then which one is the most, which one the least, and then how they are different each other. While in the pie chart here, we have numbers all the time, but again, pay attention not to use numbers all the time in our description because numbers are not counted. So sorry to say, but numbers, including percentages, are not counted. So make sure when we have numbers there, it's only to decorate our writing. It's not to fully describe in the writing, which means when we have percentages, try to use the synonym of numbers. Given an example, we have, let's say 20%, we may say it in 1/5 or 1 out of 5. When we use 1/5, we have one word because 1 plus 5 is one word. Or we use 1 out of 5, it can be about 4 words. So there's already add to my number count, my word count. But when I put 20%, it's not counted. So try to use words instead of numbers. Then the next types is table. Again, here we all only give a number, which means we must be able to change this number into description. 100, 190. So how is it? Let's say we may start it with 100 and then it remains stable in 2008, which means it's still the same number, even though I don't mention it 100. And then a year later, it dropped 1/10, for example, because it become 90. Oh, sorry, is it 99? Okay, let's say that, or just drop slightly. So without mentioning the number, I show the pattern. And then we need also to see the comparison. Let's say comparison between, here we have make calls and then play music from 1 number to 12. There's quite significant difference. Show also the gaps. Comparisons is really essential. Then you may be given a map because we don't know what kind of tasks we will be given. We may be given a map, and then the map usually consists of two pictures, but the same place in different times. So we need to show development happening in that maps. What are changing, and then also what is missing, and then how the area developed. These are crucial. The word like build, develop, establish, cut down, or demolish, these are really needed to elaborate the description, also to show the variation of the words. This is helpful to avoid repetition. And the next is procedure. Now, in the procedure, there are two types. One is mechanical. So I may say that it's manufacturing process like the one that we have here. But the second one is natural process. So the difference is when we have to deal with the natural process, we most likely will use active sentences. For example, like the water evaporates and then the water drops. Or let's say we have the water flow to the water flows to the river. This is natural process, so we use active. But when we come to manufacturing process, we need to use passive sentences, except if we probably can use the active in certain step. Now, for the manufacturing process here, we must be familiar with the vocabulary. So pay attention on the vocabulary needed. For example, if it is about hydroelectric dams, so it's more on the electric generation. So what kind of vocabulary are usually needed to describe that? We must be familiar with generator, turbine, or let's say it's the dam itself. And then probably we also have the pipes, the valve. These words are crucial to show the process. And then when we deal with the process, we need to follow the arrows or follow the step showing in the graph or showing in the picture. All of the writing task one are actually clearly provided, which means our task is only to describe the things that we see on that picture. Do not add any information which are not written in the picture, because this will somehow come up to opinion. And this is the thing that we must avoid. All right, now moving to the next type of writing. We go to writing task 2. Again, main idea and elaboration is important. We are exposed to different kinds of questions. For example, the first type is cause and effect. So you need to pay attention here on the question itself. Discuss the causes and effects. If I only put the causes and I may not have time to show the effects, it means I only have partial score. So my task response is only partial. The partial answer will give you minimum or maximum 5. So the the completion of the answer also determine what task response score we will gain. Then the second one is advantages and disadvantages. The question may say what are the advantages and disadvantages. We need to show the two opposite side here, the negative and the positive. So again, in making the paragraph, try to focus on whether my advantages are already full covered in one paragraph or it is also included in the next paragraph. So one paragraph should contain one main idea, which means it is only one idea in one whole paragraph. So don't mix. Next is problem solutions. Again, you don't need to be careful. You don't need to be worried about maybe my answer is wrong. Maybe the examiner doesn't agree with that. No. Problem and solution or any kind of writing task one, we must just give our opinion and there is no. Okay, hang on a second. I saw somebody. Okay. Sorry, need to close. So, again, my answer and other people answer may be different, but there is no any, there is no any focus on wrong or right answer, but I can support the answer or not. I can show that my answer is correct or not by giving the clear explanation, clear example, and also the reasons. These are enough to support. So we don't have to convince people to show that this is the correct one, yours is wrong, or maybe like trying to push people. No, because we only have the writing. We don't have the ability to push them to believe that it is true only by our writing. So just make sure that the main idea is clear, stating where your position is, and then the elaboration is strong enough to support your claim. The other types are discuss both views and give opinion. So people may need to pay attention here because we may put both views, but if we miss give opinion, the answer is also still partial. So don't just give two opposite sides, but we also need to claim which one do we believe is correct. And then this claiming is really good if we put it in the beginning, in the introduction, and in the last, in the conclusion. So along the essay, the examiner will still read that, okay, my claim in the beginning is in A, and then in the conclusion, I still also claim A. For this task, we need to separate the two views here into different paragraphs because we cannot mix the opposite idea in one paragraph. It's already totally contrasting ideas. And then opinion based. When we are given opinion based, we need to be careful in these words. Agree or disagree, or agree only. The question may say, to what extent do you agree or disagree, or to what extent do you agree? Now, if the question say, to what extent do you agree or disagree, we have to, what is it called? We have to make sure that the whole essay will stand in one point only. So we don't mention both sides, except if we refute the side that we're disagreeing. If we disagree on B, for example, and then I put B also in my writing, I must make sure that I claim B is wrong in any way of claiming. And then again, always support my position. While if the question is to what extent do you agree, we only focus on the word agree. We don't mention the word disagree, but we still can disagree in a percentage. For example, I may say, I only agree 50%, but 50% others I disagree with that topic because, in my opinion, it cannot be cannot be done that way. I will say I partially agree, not I disagree. And then if I say that, okay, I think I don't go with this topic, it's really contradict with my point of view. So I will say that I slightly agree, which means more on disagree. So again, these things, we need to also focus the use of word in claiming. The last is two-part questions. Maybe not the common type of question in IELTS, but we don't know because we cannot predict which one. When we have two-part question, we need to answer more than one question. So for example, here, do you think art still have a place in the modern world technology? We need to claim it whether yes, it still have the place or no. And then what is the supporting? And the second question, should children spend more time learning art? If we do not answer that, then we cannot, we cannot get the full, score. It's just partial score because the first question is answered, the second one is not answered yet. All right, then moving to the last skill here is the speaking. All right, so speaking maybe is kind of right. This is a mystery box. I may be able to speak fluently or I may be nervous because people may think first, okay, my examiner is native speaker, so I will feel nervous during the test. No, again, practice. If you practice and then try to think positive way that this examiner is like a person I know, or it's like I just met someone on the street asking some information, I need to give it. So always think in a positive way while we are having the speaking test. First, it will reduce our nerves. We don't feel nervous anymore. We don't also get panicky because these two things may distract and may also influence the fluency of our speaking. The speaking time is only between 11 to 14 minutes, so not a long time. One person may only have 11 minutes. You must answer about 10 or maybe more than that questions, which means one question is approximately only 1 minute, including the examiner asks the question and our time to answer. This is on the interview base, so we must have the interview or speaking with one examiner only in one room. All the conversation is recorded, so the examiner can recheck again with the other examiner later. So here, what I say that in the IELTS, there is no subjectivity. For example, if I become the examiner in the simulation in AZ, for example, I will ask somebody else, another senior tutors, to help me to assess this speaking. So it's not pure my own opinion or my own assessment using the rubric. That's why if people say that, why do I get only 5 in my speaking while I think I may get 6.5? Well, again, if you want to claim to the IELTS, that's still possible. And then the possibility is to recheck again that speaking. We cannot redo. So again, they will recheck again that, reassess the speaking and then to make sure that the score is correct. That's still possible to do. but it's a very complicated process. Yet, if we have only low score in a speaking, should I take only the speaking test? It's not possible. You have to take the whole test again to get one band score. The structure is the introduction, topic up presentation, and extended questions. So here I describe each of them. The first one, in the introduction, you have up to 5 minutes duration. This is face-to-face interview, and the question is easy. So about yourself, your family, your background, maybe your neighborhood, your country. Easy topic means that our chance to give more answers. So for this part one, try to answer it with a minimum 5 sentences if possible. But again, don't push or don't force to get 5 sentences. If you are only asked, okay, where do you live? And then you may answer it in the city, and then you may answer with some elaboration about the city, like the surrounding of that city, how the city looks like, or the specialty of that city. But we cannot go further talking about more because it is most likely that longer answer may also lose the content itself. So our answer may not answer the question. And then fluency is important in this answer. So try to, be confident, and then do not think too much in answering, because in the speaking, it's not about our answers. The fluency is also important. The second one is individual long term. So I may give you some tips here. Because we have about 3-4 minutes in the long term, the preparation time is only 1 minute. So remember, 1 minute is not long to prepare answers. So try to make as many notes as possible during preparation time. If I give you, for example, okay, describe about your hometown, and then you may write down several things. Use the WH question to help you. What is it? Where is it located? And then maybe whom do you live with? And then how many times you visit? Let's say like when you last visited, example, or when will you visit? Any different kind of question, just write in notes. Do not write sentences. It may help you only in the beginning, but when the time is going, you lose the idea, you run out of idea, then you cannot elaborate it. But write notes is important. Then after 1 minute finish, you are given up to 2 minutes to talk about that topic. In 2 minutes here, try to use it wisely. If, for example, I stuck in one minute and I believe that it's still longer time for me, move to the other topic. For example, I may stuck in where, jump to what, jump to whom, for example. So don't just stop because you missed the vocabulary, but just skip it later. And then some people may use Bahasa Indonesia because they don't know the term. This must be avoided. So do not use the Bahasa Indonesia term if you don't know the English word, but use description. So instead of using that word that you cannot find easily, just use the description. It will be more effective because you will produce more words. The last one is the last one here is the part 3. Part 3 is still related to part 2. So the topic might be still similar to part 2, but it's a broader range. It's more on expressing your opinion and then analyzing situation. You may also discuss and speculate issues, or maybe you make prediction and then comparison with past. So all these are opinion based. So give the best opinion, the best elaboration you can. For part 3, I may suggest that try to produce a minimum 8 sentences. It may be difficult for the first time, yes, but by keep practicing, we can improve. Okay, so these are the question types and the 4 skills. I will go with the tips and strategies now. Oh, sorry. First is the strategy for the listening. You need to improve the listening skill because this is the thing that you will do to answer. If I don't have the listening skill, I cannot survive. So use the listening skill means that do the listening regularly. And then use the integrated skill. You don't focus only on the listening, but you need to improve the writing, the reading. Speaking may be not that important in the listening because somehow we don't have many benefit for that. But reading and writing is really essential. During the listening, you have to combine your skills together from reading the questions, listening to the recording, and writing the answer. So all that are integrated. So use the integrated skill wisely, carefully. To improve it, you have to practice. Predict and paraphrase. Most of the questions are in paraphrase. You will not hear exactly the same as what the speaker say. So be familiar with synonyms. And then again, practice paraphrasing. You predict first the answer. Do I need a verb here? Do I need a noun here? Or maybe I need numbers in that answer? So make a prediction first. Then, during the listening, you need to really concentrate and write carefully. Spelling is important. Missing letter, if it is not similar to either of the spelling British American, etc., it's also wrong. So make sure the spelling is correct. You can follow either American, British, or maybe Australian spelling, it doesn't matter. Manage your time wisely as well because the recording is keep running. So don't just focus on one particular question. If you miss it, jump to the next. So don't just stuck with one and then you lose more numbers. Be speedy and efficient. So again, speedy in writing, also speedy in reading as well. Then by the end of the listening task, especially, always check your answers. Make sure that spellings are correct and make sure you answer all the 14 numbers, even though we are not sure. Okay, and here is things that we can do to improve our listening. First, we can listen to the English talk. Any kind of English talk, you may listen to news, you may listen to lecturing in, let's say, YouTube, for example. You may also listen to speeches given by the public figures. It's really beneficial because this will improve our section 4 ability, our section 4 answers. And then you may also go with the movies. But again, if you watch the movie, you need to focus on listening the conversation. So listen to the conversation. Either you use the subtitles or you don't use the subtitle. I may suggest you omit the subtitle, but if it is too difficult, then you can use the subtitle to control the spelling and the pronunciation. So how is the word is pronounced by the speaker? How is it written on that subtitle? So we can still check that one. And you can listen to music, but it may just give small portion of the improvement. But make sure that the singer's English native, so the pronunciation is clear, the language also, and then the variation of the words also. Don't focus on one particular music all the time. Different kind of music will give us more vocabulary input. The next is transcribe, and this is a must. You try to transcribe because it will help you to speed up your writing. When you transcribe while recording, you need to write it faster and then you need to make sure that the spelling is correct. So do transcribing to make sure the pronunciation that I hear and then the spelling that I already write is coherent, it's correct. And then practice this will help us to also answer in a quick time. Okay, and the next is the reading strategies. Improve the reading skills, it's really essential. And you apply skimming scanning. Don't answer all with the skimming, don't answer all with the scanning. Some question may require us to do scanning, some also can be done by skimming. Let's say main idea, you can do skimming only. Read the first sentence and then you predict. But for several questions, we really require to do scanning. For example, matching, we have the time, we have the date, we have the name, for example. Do the scanning, find that words, and then understand one sentence. Mostly in reading, we need to focus only one sentence. Analyze the grammar and vocabulary as well, because this will improve not just your grammar ability, but it will also help us to make sure the answer is correct. Vocabulary is thus important because this will give plenty of synonym to us if we improve by reading more. And then see the connection between the headings. When we know the main idea, somehow we can guess the next paragraph. What is it about? And this will help us to predict on main idea question. We also need to analyze statement. So this is crucial in answering yes, no, true, false, or not given. Always make the prediction and checking, and prediction should be done in the beginning, but checking must be done at the end. So again, 1 hour time must be used wisely to also check your answer. And then usually during the last 10 minutes, we need to make sure that our answers are already in the answer sheet if we take the paper-based test. These are the things that we can do either in easy way or in a difficult. First, we do the fun games. It will help us to improve our vocabulary. Again, improving the vocabulary is not necessarily hard thing to do just by playing games. If nowadays people play online games, we can also do that online games because some people usually communicate using English. And then all the features in the online games are usually also written in English. This will help us to improve the vocabulary as well. Do the Boggle and then like play Scrabble or maybe like a Quiddler and then any kind of puzzle like this will help to find new vocabulary, and this will add on our source. Then the second thing to do is improve the reading habit. So at first, we may just read small information like billboards, announcement in English while we are traveling, while we are driving, or maybe we are on the street. Somehow we can look around, see the billboard, see the announcement around us. This will help also get new words. And then novels, if you like novels, start by reading novels. Simple language, but abandoned vocabulary. And then moving more difficult to newspapers, magazines, in any that you think you like first. But then moving to something varied. Maybe news about sports, about automotive, going further to politics, social issues. Then as the graduate students, we are like we are required and we must read journal articles. So be what is this? Like be loving. So love journal articles and then start reading them. The last one, and this is the most important to do, is practice IELTS reading. Even though we improve the vocabulary, but if we do not practice doing the exercise, it cannot help much. Because once we do the exercise, we need to apply the vocabulary that we already know. We need to use the strategy. We need to manage our time. So this is the real practice itself. The next is the writing strategies. So here, in the writing strategies, people may be, what is it? It's like, okay, I'm not really good in writing, so how can I write? Start from the simple one. You make journal about your daily activity. It's not always a paragraph. It's simple, like, oh, I met a new friend today, and it's quite interesting because we shared new experiences. That's it. It's okay. The next day, we write another topic again and another topic again. The more you do it, the more sentences you produce. Describe pictures. This is important because in our writing task one, we need to describe. So the way to describe is not just changing from numbers to words. It's called wording. But we need to really describe it. You have a picture and then try to describe it. I saw someone in that picture, this person wearing a nice suit, and then he is really well groomed, for example. He looks like around 20 or 30 years old. And from that picture, I may think that this person come from a different country. So, but just by looking at the picture, we can make paragraph. And then do grammar practice, and also find more vocabulary by like consult from the dictionary. You write words, find the synonym. Use the thesaurus. It's really beneficial. Then this is a must to do. Read the sources. The sources can be from book, magazine, journal, etc., or the example of IELTS writing. The IELTS writing examples will give us plenty of new vocabulary which are appropriate to different kind of graph, different kind of question. And the last thing to do, which is the big portion, is writing daily. Either writing task 1 only, task 2 only, or both. I will suggest you, if you are about to take the test 1 month before the test itself, do daily practice. Make both writing task 1 and task 2 daily. Whatever the topic, just keep practicing. The more you practice, more sentences. Now, here are things you need to focus in grammar and the vocabulary. The subject and the verb agreement. Whether my subject is already correlated with the verb, do I have to use simple past, simple present, or maybe it's about future, complex sentences? So make sure about the subject-verb agreement. Practice grammar exercise. Also pay attention on singular plural. This is really essential. What I found from most of the IELTS writing composition is that most Indonesian miss articles. So they don't put a or as. This is really common. But it is actually a very major mistake, because we produce good idea but the sentence structure is wrong, so still it doesn't give you full mark. Part of speech, whether it is noun, is it adjective, is it verb, so be also familiar with how to write it as well. The synonyms is important, and also word order. Do I make it in active? Do I make it in passive? And then the arrangement of the words is really crucial as well. Now, the last one is the speaking. The things that you can do. describe things around you. You might sound like, oh, I'm not, what's it? Maybe some people think that I'm crazy. No, I may share you some of my experiences. Like when I was in college, I like to read novels loudly. So I read it loudly, then I can control, like, is this correct pronunciation? Why it sounds not similar to what I heard? So I can predict that. I can assess that myself. And then you may also describe things around you, but try to do it not around people, because maybe people think that what are you doing? Are you crazy or what? No, do it in a like exclusive place, for example in your own room, and then describe, okay, in front of me I look at a laptop, and then this is not a new laptop, but it's really beneficial. Its color is gray, and then it is like it has a fast what is it process, and it always be helpful because whenever I need to do some tasks, I always do it there. So if I lose that, it's like a disaster to me. So this is the describing. Only by looking at the picture, only looking at an object, we describe it. That things can be done by anyone, and you don't need any partner to do that. So don't always give an excuse, I don't have the partner to do speaking, so I think it's difficult for me to improve my speaking. No, even you speak yourself, it's okay, as long as periodically you record it, and then you check again on the next, you record again, is there already improvement or no. And the next, answering questions, because it is interview based in the IELTS, so you need to answer questions. Find questions in the what's it called, on the internet, browse it, answer it. Do not think too long. Just read the question, answer directly. Read the question, answer directly. One day, let's say you answer 20 questions, or if you don't have time, 10 questions. It's enough to improve. Then the next thing to do, you listen and repeat the talk. So listen to audio from the native speakers, maybe speeches, and then you pause, you repeat it, you mimic that, imitate the sound. It will improve our pronunciation. And then besides also give us new words. Whenever you try to do it, whatever you do, you will always get new vocabulary. And the last thing is actually to make sure that your speaking is already good, you can consult with the expert, either teachers, you join courses, you ask friends, or maybe your lecturers, anyone who can give you feedback. Okay, so these are the strategies that we need to use, and then we need to implement to improve our 4 skills. Now in the assessment and the scoring itself. The IELTS band score are ranging from 1 to 9. So here, in the listening and reading, there are already fixed numbers. So if you answer 40 numbers and then you have several correct answers, like say I get 26 correct answers in the listening, then my score will be 6.5. Or if I get 29 in the reading, then my score will be 6.5. So make sure before you are aiming to get the score, you know first which score that I must get. Read the information from the universities you are applying, and then ask the agent about that. So you may ask the agent, like in the in AZ, we actually collaborate with the LEG. This is used to be IDB before. I think most people know IDB. We used to be IDB, but now we are changing our name. It's LEG. Here we help the students to go to Australia, help them to find the universities, either in Australia or any university that the Australian base, like in Singapore, for example, there are also university, and in Malaysia, like Monash University, Malaysia, is also we try to help go in there. So consult with this agent. Ask them if I am from, let's say, engineering and electrical engineering. What is the band score that I must get? So they will read through the requirement from the university, which university that you are aiming. Let's say I want to go to Monash. Okay, they will check it in Monash University, electrical engineering, what is the band score needed. They will tell you, for example, okay, 6.5 is the minimum. Then that will be your target. If I must get 6.5, then a minimum of 26, 27 in either listening reading, or you may target yourself to the highest 28, 29 and higher than that. The more the score, the better. Sorry. And then once we get this, it will show, what is it, like a plan. Okay, my target is 6.5, means that in the preparation where I need to focus. Then you try with the, let's say, doing the simulation to predict where is my weakness, where is my strength. Once you know that, you focus on that skill. But again, because all the 4 skills will be tested, do not neglect any one of them. And here is the writing scoring. In assessing the writing, there are 4 criteria. For the writing task 1, we have task achievement. This is how we answer the key features, how we describe the key features. Do I already describe the main features? I already give the general trend, and then is there a comparison already? Or the key features are wrong, or maybe I missed the comparison. So it is essential here. Coherent and cohesion, dealing with the arrangement of sentences and the paragraph. One sentence may connect to the other, or maybe it's not related. This will give you the appropriate score if we can make the paragraph coherent. And how to make it cohesion? Use the connective devices in addition, in contrast, however, etc. Use references, them, they, it. It's really essential to be there in our description to improve the coherence and cohesion score. And then the lexical resources. Do not use repetition quite often. Try to minimize it. Use synonym most of the time. And then, what is it called? Also try to here use less common lexical items. Do not use the common one. The word show is very common. Try to avoid that one. Okay, I will use typics. I will use illustrate, for example. It will give you higher score. And the last is the grammatical range and accuracy. Whether my variation of tenses there or sentence structures are varied, or maybe I always use simple sentences, simple structures. And then how about the accuracy? Oh, the tasks require me to describe about data in the past. Let's say this data is about 2000. So I must use past tense. But if I describe it in present, means it's not accurate. And then what about the subject and verb? Is it already correct with the subject and the verb too, for example, or was over, or maybe I put were for singular subject. Also, it deals with the accuracy. So let's say that I'm aiming to get 6, then I must focus on this description to get 6. And then again, if it is 7, then you see the description for 7. Okay, not quite far different from writing task 1. Writing task 2 is also assessed with 4 criteria, but the difference is in the first one, task response. In the task response here, we need to show our opinion on that particular topic and whether our essay is already responding the task or not yet. So again, if I see here, okay, sorry, I don't show the 5 because mostly for writing task 2, if we are going to graduate degree or maybe PhD, then we need to get about 6.5 or 7. So in the writing also, we need to get a minimum 6 usually. And in the 6, we must address all parts. So here, all parts. If we address partially, we will go to 5. So all part of the task must be answered, even though some may not be fully covered. And look at the coherence and cohesion. How is the variation of vocabulary and also the grammatical resources. So again, these are the criteria or the descriptor that we need to see whenever we are doing the writing. It can be before we do the writing, so we know where to go, or after we complete the writing, so we can check where I am. So band description is really helpful to, what is this called? To know whether I already reaching the target or is still far way to go. And then in speaking, also we have the band descriptor. So there is no specific number for speaking as well. There is a description of each of the number. First is the fluency and coherence. Can I speak in like, what is it called? Like, okay, normal speed, and then not too many pauses, not too many stops there. And then what about the coherence? Can I relate one sentence to the next sentence, or maybe like my idea to the next idea is jumping? This is here. The lexical resources is dealing also with synonym and variation of vocabulary, repetition. So once we use less common, we can get more score. But if you keep using the repetition all the time, it may be low score. Grammatical range and accuracy. Don't say that speaking is, what is it? Grammar is not important in speaking. That's so wrong. If you are asked, how are you? You will say, I am fine. You will not say, I do. So again, that's grammar. So how are? You must answer with to be as well. If we answer with another word, it's okay. For example, I make a great day. That's okay. I make great day means that it's a different sentence structure. But again, grammar is also used there. The accuracy of it, whether you need to describe about past experience, you need to describe about your future prediction, or maybe you need to compare past and present. So the variation and then the accuracy are also assessed. And the last things also have the 25% score is pronunciation. So do I use the local dialect, local accent in giving the speaking, in answering? Or I already tried to apply the native sound like. So here is the assessment. So you have description here, even though you may get, what is it, it's like 6, maybe 6 is similar to 5 and the other way around like that. So again, consult to band descriptor to improve and then where my target is. Here is the last on the description of the band. Most of the graduate students are required to get here to be a competent users or to be good users. So these two category are usually those of the graduate students, while the undergrad usually they goes here modest uses, because some university may not use presentation all the time, so it's a 5 is still okay. But if you are from science, let's say law, or maybe medical faculty, then you must prepare to get 7, because law science really requires the students to use the active skill more often, speaking and writing, and then any kind of exact what is it called studies will be harder than social. That's why here the score will be higher as well. Okay, so again, I will say that practice makes perfect, and then to not underestimate yourself. You actually have the motivation, you just need to start it. You may join us here and you be ready with your test. If you have any question, you may contact us further. I'm always stand by here, and then thank you so much, everybody.
Ya, baik. Terima kasih sekali Mbak Dian atas pemaparannya. What a very great explanations, dan cukup menarik dan juga cukup jelas sekali materi yang sudah disampaikan, sangat lengkap terkait IELTS untuk kita semua. Ya, baik, karena sudah menginjak jam 9 kurang jam 9.30 kurang 2 menit, untuk teman-teman yang ingin bertanya diperbolehkan atau dipersilahkan. Kemudian saya mengingatkan bahwa setelah sesi tanya jawab pada jam 10 itu kita akan mengadakan simulasi terkait soal-soal IELTS ya. Jadi untuk para peserta semoga tadi sudah menyimak dengan sangat baik ya pemaparan atau materi yang sudah dijelaskan oleh Mbak Dian. Baik, langsung saja mungkin dari tadi waktu masih pemaparan materi tadi saya sudah melihat ada 3 orang yang sudah raise hand. Baik, mungkin yang pertama saya persilahkan untuk Mas Kasim. Untuk Mas Kasim diperbolehkan untuk on mikrofon. Silahkan menyebutkan apa pertanyaannya.
Okay, hello. Yes, thank you for moderator and Miss Dian as a speaker. So this is my first time join a class about IELTS. So I'm still not familiar in IELTS. So I have 2 questions for Miss Dian. My first question is how to reduce our unconfidently or nervous when we face to face with the examiner. I mean, when we are in the test position. Okay, and my second question is you have said about explain about academic writing. You said there are 2 types of academic writing, and one of them is description of graphs, chart, tables, and ads. And the key points is general trend and key feature, description and comparison, but no opinion. So I'm still not understand with this word, no opinion, because what I thought is like to put, we have to put expert or other reference on the paper. So could you explain it more? Thank you very much.
Ya baik, mungkin untuk Mbak Dian bisa dijawab atau mungkin ada 3 penanya ini di apa namanya dikumpulkan dulu pertanyaannya baru langsung dijawab, atau seperti apa Mbak Dian?
Silakan, bisa mau dikumpulkan dulu atau langsung saya jawab dulu, nggak apa-apa.
Oh ya, mungkin jawab saja, bisa secara langsung dijawab. Takutnya misalnya dikumpul dulu nanti agak lupa atau gimana. Baik, untuk Mbak Dian dipersilahkan untuk menjawab.
Alright, so first, it's about the nervous. I think it's everybody experience. Even me myself, if I have to join a test, I will feel nervous. And then how to reduce that? You have to expose yourself by meeting different people and then practice your speaking with different people. Ini adalah salah satu cara sehingga kita nanti bisa aware kalau kita ketemu orang baru, kemudian nanti ketemu examiner, kita sudah pernah punya pengalaman. There is already an experience that I have by meeting different people because examiner will be a new person for me during the test. That's why if I keep making conversation with, let's say, foreigners, as long as we do not interrupt them, as long as we do not disturb them, it's still possible. And then try to join community and then involve in the discussion. Kalau kita join community, biasanya tidak selalu community itu teman-teman kita sendiri. Mungkin itu orang-orang baru lagi. Nah, di situ kita juga bisa mengurangi nervous kita. So we build our confidence. Misalnya seperti saat ini, kalau saya harus tiba-tiba berhadapan dengan banyak orang yang di sini yang saya rasa pasti bahasa Inggrisnya juga bagus, terus saya harus memaparkan tentang Ielts. Nah, saya juga pasti nervous. Saya pasti merasa bahwa banyak dari teman-teman ini yang pasti sudah pernah mengikuti Ielts dan mungkin bahkan sudah expert di Ielts seperti itu. Tapi again, by keep practicing that, dengan cara sering-sering melakukan itu nanti akan menimbulkan membangun confidence kita. Kemudian selain itu juga kita seperti yang sudah saya paparkan, we always think positive. Walaupun itu adalah tes, the situation, pasti kita tuh sudah under pressure di awal, kita harus berpikir bahwa oke, aku ketemu orang baru, dan orang ini bertanya padaku, berarti orang ini tidak tahu. Anggap seperti itu. Saya sebagai orang yang tahu karena dia bertanya kepada saya. Sehingga kita tumbuh confident di situ. He needs to know something from me. I will tell. Where is your hometown or where do you live? Oh, he doesn't know my hometown. Okay, I tell him. So feel enjoy. Itu nanti akan membuat kita lupa bahwa kita itu nervous. Gitu. Confidence-nya akan naik. Dan yang paling penting lagi adalah kita harus ready bahwa kita akan menghadapi tes. Maksudnya, usahakan 1 hari sebelumnya jangan melakukan aktivitas yang membuat kita lelah. Jangan terlalu kecapean. Kemudian jangan juga makan makanan yang nanti menimbulkan sakit perut misalnya. Nah, karena ini juga nanti akan bikin kita nervous kalau pada saat tes, kemudian kita merasa nggak enak badan, mungkin ada gangguan perut atau apa, sudah nanti pasti nervousnya muncul. Nah, hindari hal-hal yang memungkinkan kita jadi nervous. Itu yang paling penting juga. Nah, dan yang paling harus dilakukan adalah practice. Walaupun kita sudah pede, kita sudah sehat, walafiat, ready, fit, tapi kalau misalnya kita tidak praktis, kita juga tidak tahu tiba-tiba kok tes strukturnya seperti ini, kok tiba-tiba interview dengan examiner. Saya kira saya hanya harus record my speaking. Nah, itu berarti sudah kesalahan kita di awal. Kita nggak praktis, kita nggak tahu tes structure. Nah, pasti nervous kalau seperti itu. Jadi hindari hal-hal yang membuat nervous, kemudian kita keep practicing. Ini pasti nanti confidence-nya muncul. Tuh, saya harap bisa menjawab pertanyaannya Mas Kasim. Kemudian tentang IELTS writing sendiri. Yes, tadi saya hanya memaparkan yang akademik karena untuk kebutuhan studi aja. Yang akademik di sini, kita harus mengerjakan, sebenarnya bukan hanya akademik, general module pun kita harus mengerjakan 2 task, jadi task 1 dan task 2. In task 1, kita dilarang memberi opini. Kenapa? Karena ini hanya description. Kita hanya diminta untuk mendeskripsikan apa yang kita lihat di situ. Misalnya saya hanya memberikan pie chart. Nah, apa aja yang ada di pie chart itu, number, information apa, itu yang harus kita describe. Misalnya pie chartnya tentang, let's say about the buying pattern of male and female. Terus kita nggak setuju, menurut kita nggak seperti itu, karena saya baru membaca data bahwa male itu lebih banyak membeli handphone daripada female, misalnya kayak gitu. Ternyata di pie chart-nya sebaliknya. Nah, kita juga tidak boleh menggunakan data itu. Again, mungkin ini yang agak harus kita harus lebih hati-hati, karena IELTS Writing Task 1 itu sangat berbeda dengan description of finding. Kalau di description of finding, setelah kita mendeskripsikan graph, setelah di-assess with the statistic analysis, kita dapat hasil, kita describe hasil itu, kemudian kita kasih, menurut kita bagaimana kita support. Nah, this is the academic writing. But in the IELTS writing task 1, even though it is academic, we do not use this kind of style. Jadi kita tidak dibolehkan menambahkan sources. Di situ tidak boleh memberikan references juga. No any citation is needed there. Kemudian juga kita tidak boleh beropini even though hanya satu kata. Misalnya kalau dilihat dari angkanya, mungkin pembelian dari, mungkin ngomongin tentang penjualan. Penjualan HP, mobile phone of A company and B company. A company selalu tinggi, sedangkan B company selalu rendah. Kemudian kita bilang bahwa A company itu the best. Tidak boleh. Dari mana kita tahu itu the best? Dia hanya bisa menjual lebih banyak. Mungkin karena produknya lebih murah, mungkin karena itu lebih sesuai dengan kebutuhan masyarakat, tapi kita nggak bisa mengklaim bahwa itu the best. Nah, karena the best ini sangat subjektif. Saya bilang the best karena dari satu HP saya sudah bisa menggunakan berbagai macam features. Saya bilang itu the best karena dengan harga yang murah sekali saya sudah dapat features yang bagus, misalnya kayak gitu. Jadi the best, kata the best itu sangat subjektif. Nah, itu yang disebut opinion. Itu yang harus kita hindari. Sehingga really we must describe what it is in the graph, in the chart, or in the picture. Itu aja. Jadi hindari reference, hindari juga penggunaan background information yang tidak ada hubungannya sama yang ditulisan. Jadi gunakan tulisan ini sebagai source, hanya itu aja. Oke, Mas Kasim mungkin perlu penjelasan lebih?
I think that is enough, Miss. Thank you.
Alright, okay. Very good.
Ya baik, terima kasih untuk Mas Kasim dan juga Mbak Dian atas penjelasannya. Semoga tadi sudah tercerahkan atas pertanyaan dari Mas Kasim. Selanjutnya ada pertanyaan lagi karena ada raise hand dari saudari Maya Rosananda. Mungkin Mbak Maya bisa on mikrofon dan menyalakan kamera. Silahkan bertanya.
Okay, good morning, Miss Dian.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for the explanation, really. Okay, so last week I took the simulation text nearby my region in Malang, and somehow it surprised me that I really get low score in my in my writing skill. So this is the I really want to know. So in the writing skill tax 1, I see like a chart like a chart that I have to describe the chart, and it consists of, let's say, 5 years of some progress of in many countries in manufacture areas. My question is it really necessary to elaborate all of the charts based on the year? I mean, it's from 1960 till 2020. So it's like a six chart for three other countries. So, and is it really necessary for me to elaborate all of these years? And then my second question, uh, how many comparison at least if I just want to make it like, I want to make it my writing elaboration compact. How many comparison at least that it's required? It's about my right that those are my question about the writing skill, and about I have another question about the reading skill. It is really difficult to me. It's troublesome for me to just when I come into a question that I have to label some diagram, like how this machine work. Like, okay, maybe I would show you one of the example. Excuse me. Wait. I'm sorry. Oh, where is it?
Yeah, I can understand about
Okay.
the labeling chart.
Yeah, the labeling diagram. Like I have to write which part of the machine is that, and then what is the function of that. It's really difficult for me to just to deal with that kind of test. So would you like to give me some trick or strategy how to deal with it with not really consume some time? So like this kind of question. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let me try to give my best answer on that. So first is about the main features. If you have a lot of time sequences, let's say one period of data, but there are several years covered, should I mention all the main features there? Again, the focus is on the main features. The focus is not on the numbers, it's not on the years itself, but the main features. Do I already mention the pattern? So look again on the pattern. Is that in the table or in the diagram, in the pie chart? If it is in the table, just see the pattern of the numbers. Try to categorize it because we will not deal with all the numbers there, all the years there. First, make grouping. So categorize in groups. The second, we need to see the patterns. Maybe from those numbers, can draw a line increasing, or maybe it is fluctuating, or it can be like exponential or any kind of pattern that you can draw if it is stable or maybe in pie chart. As long as you have time sequence, we can still see the what is it called, the moving of lines. And then from that you see which one are similar in the pattern, which one different. For those who are similar, you will mention it in the first. All the similar, even though within the similarity you still find differences. Let's say the line is increasing, but what is it? There are fluctuation on it. There are wait a second, maybe I can show you here. Just a second. Okay, here we go. So for example, I have line here. And then in this line, I have to describe the pattern. You have to go with every year. It's not possible. And this is called wording. And wording must be avoided. We don't do wording, we are describing. So start from the beginning here, see the pattern. Oh, the green line and the blue line here are similarly increasing. So I will describe both of them in one group. And within this similar pattern, I also find differences here, while this here. So where is the stable numbers? And here, does it also have the stable numbers? That is essential for comparison. While next, because the red line here is going down, it's quite contrast with the other two, I will contrast it. I will put comparison here in the way of contrasting. So again, always arrange this, always see this as a whole, and then put category, put it in groups. After that, you see the similarity, you see the differences. Once the similarity finish, you jump with the differences. But the comparison is always go along the way. For example, the comparison here, we may say that the green line is stable increase, but this one, there is slow increase with a slight, stable or maybe leveling off in a year or some years, depending on the time here, then continue to moderate rising. So again, not all the number must be described. You see the pattern. And then for the second question, do I need to have a comparison? Like how many comparisons are needed? Depending on the pattern itself. For example, for this one, if I can describe this in one particular key point or main features, then I compare it with the pattern of this. And the pattern here, because there is a different happening here, then I also contrast it. So this is slow maybe, and this is more gradual. And then see again about this one. Oh, from this number ahead, it's going slightly again. And then contrast it again. So contrasting, we may say like from here to there, it's one pattern. And then the second one. So you have two features here to describe. So one features may need similarity, may need comparison. It depends on the needs of the graph itself. So how many comparisons are needed? Actually, there is no any specific numbers. As long as you already deal with the main features and then you believe that there are differences there, you put comparison. If there are not different, we don't have to push to put any comparison. Give an example. If we deal with the process here, more or less comparison are usually very limited. So if you have this one, we cannot easily compare it. You cannot compare the process of here and the process of here if they are uncomparable. So how many comparison you need depends on the trend, depends on your data. But as long as in your body paragraph, you put adequate comparison where relevant. Okay, I hope that answered your question. As for the reading, reading labeling question. When you have to answer diagram, first you need to know where is the paragraph. It's not easy, but usually when it is dealing with labeling diagram or plan like that, there is a specific paragraph special for process. So it may say you have 8 paragraphs. You see where in that paragraph that contains the process. Focus on that and see the starting point of the process. And then go into that, picture. When it is describing, not labeling, not the diagram, not the process, but just labeling pictures, then see complete sentence, the definition, the description in that complete sentence and the sentence before that, because this will help us to put where is, for example, like if you have to describe a tool, which one is the tooth, which one is, let's say, the chain, or maybe which one is the, like this, the belt, or maybe anything. So you need to start focus on paragraph, identify which paragraph first. Once you know this paragraph, you start with sentences, continue with the sentences. And the last thing is find the vocabulary needed for that answer. It's not, it's not easy, but you can see from pictures. Usually the pictures help us by, for example, giving some keywords like the article, is it a, is it the, for example, or any synonym that is already given in that picture. So do that and always practice with that. And also, I think it is also not what is it? It's also not less advantageous if we also deal with understanding more pictures. So find more pictures, more description of pictures. Usually, if I have to translate, for example, I usually have translate from the what is it called, agriculture's lecturers, or maybe the professors there, and then they give me language that it's new for me. So let's say a plant, and I need to know the mechanism of the plant process, the metabolism of the plant. Then I go to pictures. I don't go to description only, I go to pictures. So I can understand, okay, here is the stem, here is the leaves, and then this is a part of the leaves itself. And I see the, the organ of that plants from the pictures. In that way, you can get more exposure with labeling. So the name of each part. In the case that maybe you have to deal with certain tools, equipment, you already have some information. So don't just do the reading. Okay, I think that's it. I hope it answered.
Ya,
Uh,
baik.
I'm sorry. So is it possible if
Mohon maaf Mbak Maya, mohon maaf sekali. Saya selaku moderator, maaf mengkat karena terkait waktu mungkin untuk penanya yang lain mungkin bisa dipersilahkan. Jika ada pertanyaan buat teman-teman yang lain bisa di kontak person saja sama yang sudah dipaparkan tadi di PPT ya. Mohon maaf sekali untuk teman-teman. Mungkin terkait waktu sudah jam 9:55, mungkin untuk satu pertanyaan lagi dan untuk Mbak Dian mungkin bisa menjawab secara singkat. Ada satu pertanyaan dari Mas Syarif. Sebentar saya bacakan. Oke. The question is, what is the key success to get scores in IELTS, and why is the score in every English language test look different? For example, TOEFL. The TOEFL score are between 300 until 600, but in IELTS it's not like that. The last can we call who get high IELTS score is a competent person in English and can enter to the famous university in the word easily. Thank you. Dian?
Okay, so first, what is the key success? To get the high score, you need to master the 4 skills. That's the one, and you cannot negotiate. So practice doing the 4 skills will definitely will improve the score, especially for the if it is passive skill, we just need to do more exercises. And then if it is for the passive skill, you need to keep practicing, because those two key will help you to improve your ability in the 4 skills. And there is no any exception for any of these skill. I may not say that listening is the most difficult or the other, and then listening is more important. No, but usually passive skill is easier than active skill. That's true. So if you are not really good in a passive skill, improve your in the active, improve your passive skill, but don't also forget your active skill, because the range of score, let's say you must get 6.5. If your active skills less than 6, maybe the university also will not accept. So the university will give you certain criteria, no less than 6.5 with no less than 6 in writing and speaking. This is common like that. So again, improve all the 4 skills. And why the score in every English test is different? Again, this is actually not about what is it? It's not about the standard. It's only about the product. Let's say the IBT, they have their own product. America have their own product. It's they always put the range of like number and 0. So in IBT, the maximum score is 120, which means they have a higher range than IELTS. But this is not because the standard must be like that, but it's their choice. Because they have the product, they have the right to decide the scoring. And then TOEFL as well, it belongs to America, so they usually use higher numbers. While IELTS is more like they focus more on the skill assessment. I think maybe this is my personal opinion. I think maybe also because like in the classes or in the school, let's say in the academic, the score is commonly ranging from 0 to 10. So IELTS is try to make it easier for people to be familiar with the scoring. But again, all of this scoring criteria, or maybe the score range, is the authority of the producers, because it is their product, they have the right to decide. And the last, can we get the highest score in a competence person? Sorry, what is it? Can we call who get high IELTS score is a competent person? Can enter to famous university in the world easily? Well, again, because there are already certain standard for the band score. If you have that specific standard, you already have the category of where you are, like competence or maybe less competence, or maybe even you are users already. And in terms of entering university, depending on the university requirement, if the university already accept that certain score, it means it's easy for you to enter it. But if the university have higher standard for the IELTS, maybe it's still difficult for the people to enter, even though they are competent person, let's say 6.5, things like that. So always check your university target. Okay, I hope that's answer.
Oke, terima kasih sekali Mbak Dian atas jawabannya. Mungkin langsung saja sebelum kita memasuki acara selanjutnya yaitu simulasi tes, saya persilahkan untuk Mas Zulfi selaku perwakilan dari Asset Language Center untuk menyampaikan pemaparan yang akan disampaikan. Untuk tempat dan waktunya saya persilahkan Mas Zulfi.
Oh ya, terima kasih Mbak Erti atas kesempatannya. Sebentar saya screen dulu ya. Semuanya bisa lihat screen saya.
Kayaknya masih loading, Mas. Oh ya, udah kelihatan.
Ah, udah ya. Oke.
Oke.
Selamat siang semuanya. Masih semangat ya? Oke, perkenalkan saya Zulfi dari AZ Language Center. Jadi kan sudah disinggung ya terkait AZ, dan di sini saya akan memberikan penjelasan lebih lanjut terkait AZ Language Center. Dan sebelum saya memberikan penjelasan terkait AZ, di sini saya akan memberikan video sedikit tentang AZ Language Center. Ya, tadi udah sedikit ada gambaran ya teman-teman terkait AZ Language Center. Jadi AZ Language Center ini merupakan satu-satunya lembaga kursus bahasa Inggris privat yang sudah terakreditasi A oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional, dan kita sudah running banyak sekali program English course, dan itu sudah lebih dari 30 tahun. Dan program kami saat ini bukan hanya tersedia secara offline, tapi juga tersedia secara online. Kemudian AZ Language Center juga merupakan sebagai English Test Center untuk berbagai tes nih teman-teman. Misalnya ada TOEFL Equivalent Test, TOEFL IPP, dan juga ada IELTS Simulation. Nah, seperti yang saya singgung tadi di awal ya, bahwa AZ Language Center ini memiliki banyak sekali program seperti IELTS Preparation, TOEFL, dan lain sebagainya. Dan kelebihan di AZ ini adalah kita ini metode privat dan juga jadwalnya fleksibel. Jadi enaknya bisa menyesuaikan sama jadwalnya teman-teman nih. Jadi teman-teman jika misalnya lagi sibuk kerja atau lagi sibuk kuliah, itu nanti bisa disesuaikan gitu. Kalau kursus di AZ Language Center. Nah, untuk saat ini kita ada di 2 kantor, ada di Malang dan Surabaya. Bagi teman-teman yang tertarik untuk mengambil English course di AZ Language Center, langsung saja bisa kontak kita di WhatsApp atau bisa lewat DM Instagram. Untuk Instagram kita dan WhatsApp kita sudah tertera di layar ya. Mungkin teman-teman bisa langsung screenshot atau bisa langsung follow Instagram kita di @azlanguagecenter. Nah, ini saya ada penawaran menarik nih dari AZ Language Center. Bagi teman-teman yang mau mengambil tes TOEFL ITP, kami menyediakan kelas intensif tentang TOEFL itu 2 minggu. Itu sudah termasuk ITP prediction test. Jadi TOEFL prediction test dan itu cuma harganya 349 dan itu intensif 2 minggu. Itu nanti kelasnya start Juli tanggal 19. Jadi teman-teman langsung saja bagi yang berminat langsung untuk daftar sekarang sebelum tanggal 17 Juli bisa langsung ke bit.ly/az kelas batch 4 nanti bisa langsung ke direct untuk daftar program ini. Dan ini limited nih teman-teman, hanya 20 murid saja gitu. Jadi silahkan untuk di screenshot dulu atau mungkin bisa lihat di Instagram kami. Dan AZ Language Center juga bekerjasama dengan Lukita Education Group yang merupakan International Education Consultant yang juga berpengalaman lebih dari 26 tahun dalam membantu siswa maupun mahasiswa untuk studi di luar negeri. Nah, ini bagi teman-teman yang hadir pada pagi hari ini yang mau lanjut studi ke luar negeri atau mungkin punya kerabat atau sahabat atau keluarga yang mau lanjut studi, boleh banget buat konsultasi di Lukito Education dan itu free. Langsung saja bisa lewat email atau WhatsApp kami atau teman-teman bisa follow Instagram kami di @lukito.education karena nanti di sana banyak sekali update terkait information session, webinar, dan lain sebagainya yang sangat bermanfaat bagi teman-teman yang ingin lanjut studi ke luar negeri. Baik, itu saja mungkin dari saya. Langsung saja teman-teman untuk bisa mengikuti simulasi IELTS dan saya kembalikan ke Mbak Moderator. Terima kasih Mbak Erti.
Oke, Mbak Erti,
Ya.
silakan.
Oke, ya mohon maaf tadi jaringannya agak sedikit gangguan. Oke, selanjutnya kita memasuki acara simulasi, tapi sebelumnya saya ucapkan mungkin untuk teman-teman yang tertarik mengikuti AZ Language Center terkait mungkin terdapat kesusahan dalam memahami beberapa section yang ada di tes bahasa Inggris, karena di AZ Language Center ini juga nggak hanya IELTS aja, tapi ada beberapa tes bahasa Inggris, contohnya ada ITP dan juga IBT tadi saya baca. Oke, bisa untuk di-follow IG-nya di @azlanguagecenter buat teman-teman yang tertarik, dan juga untuk teman-teman yang tadi ingin bertanya dan karena masalah waktunya tidak cukup, mungkin bisa ditanyakan saja ke room chat. Insya Allah nanti Mbak Dian akan menjawab via room chat saja. Baik, untuk mempersingkat waktu, simulasi tes kita akan dipandu oleh Mbak Dian lagi. Untuk waktu dan tempatnya, saya persilahkan Mbak Dian.
Terima kasih. Baik, tanpa mengulur waktu, kita akan mulai simulasinya. Di sini nanti untuk selama simulasi, peserta akan diharapkan untuk buka video, tetapi audionya harus remain muted. Jadi usahakan videonya on, tapi audio harus muted. Baik, ini mungkin Mas Zulfi bisa di-sharekan linknya. Silakan Mas Zulfi, link.
Sebentar ya Mbak Dian.
Oke, boleh.
Ya, baik, untuk teman-teman peserta, dipersilahkan untuk menyalakan kameranya dan jangan lupa tetap memute-kan mikrofon.
Oke, kalau memang kondisional, kondisinya tidak memungkinkan untuk menyalakan kamera, it's okay. Karena di sini kita simulasi sehingga kita selalu menjaga kualitas simulasi kita sebisa mungkin kita bisa selalu melihat peserta. Oke, silakan dibuka linknya. Link yang sudah di-share dari Mas Zulfi, silakan dibuka dulu. Kemudian silakan diisi yang bagian pertama, section 1-nya. Oke, semuanya sudah siap? Kita akan mulai simulasi listening-nya. You have to answer all the 40 questions here. The duration is about 30 minutes, and you must answer directly on that question text. So it's already provided. And then once the recording finish, I'll give you 1 minute to check your answers. When the 1 minute stops, you must submit it. The late submitting will not be scored. So make sure once I said submit, you click submit. Okay, so good luck. Now we are starting.
Questions on what you hear. There will be time for you to read the instructions and questions, and you will have a chance to check your work. All the recordings will be played once only. The test is in 4 sections. At the end of the test, you will be given 10 minutes to transfer your answers to an answer sheet. Now turn to Section 1. Section 1. You will hear a conversation between the director of a childcare centre and a parent enrolling her child in the centre. First, you have some time to look at questions 1 to 6. You will see that there is an example that has been done for you. On this occasion only, the conversation relating to this will be played first.
Good morning. Welcome to the Early Learning Childcare Centre. How may I help you?
Hi, I spoke to you last week about enrolling my daughter for next year.
Oh, yes. I'll just get some details from you. So, you're her mother?
That's right.
And can I have your name?
It's Carol Smith.
The parent's name is Carol Smith, so Smith has been written in the space. Now we shall begin. You should answer the questions as you listen, because you will not hear the recording a second time. Listen carefully and answer questions 1 to 6.
Good morning. Welcome to the Early Learning Childcare Centre. How may I help you?
Hi, I spoke to you last week about enrolling my daughter for next year.
Oh, yes. I'll just get some details from you. So, you're her mother,
That's right.
and can I have your name?
It's Carol. Carol Smith.
And your daughter's name.
It's Kate.
Now, we have several groups at the centre and we cater for children from 3 to 5 years old. How old is your daughter?
She's 3 now, but she turns 4 next month.
I'll put 4 down because that's how old she'll be when she starts.
Fine. She's so excited about her birthday and coming to the centre.
Oh, that's good to hear. And what's your address?
It's 46 Wombat Road. That's WOMBAT. Woodside 4032.
And what's the phone number?
Oh, it's 3345 9865.
So, have you decided on the days you would like to bring your daughter here?
I'd prefer Monday and Wednesday if possible.
I'll check. Monday's fine, but I think the centre is already full for Wednesday. Yes. Sorry, it seems to be a very popular day. We can offer you a Thursday or a Friday as well.
Oh dear. I suppose Thursday would be all right because she has swimming on Friday.
OK, got that. Because a lot of parents work, we do offer flexible start and finish times. We're open from 7:30 in the morning until 6 o'clock at night. What time would you like your daughter to start?
I need to get to work in the city by 9, so I'll drop her off at 8:30. You're pretty close to the city here, so that should give me plenty of time to get there.
That's fine. Now, we also need to decide which group she'll be in. We have 2 different groups and they're divided up according to age. There's the green group, which is for 3 to 4-year-olds, and then there's the red group, which is for 4 to 5-year-olds.
She's quite mature for her age and she can already write her name and read a little.
Well, I'll put her in the red group and we can always change her to the green one if there are any problems.
That sounds fine.
OK, let's move on to meals. We can provide breakfast, lunch and dinner. As she's finishing pretty early, she won't need dinner. Will you give her breakfast before she comes?
Yes, she'll only need lunch.
Before you hear the rest of the conversation, you have some time to look at questions 7 to 10. Now listen and answer questions 7 to 10.
Now, does she have any medical conditions we need to know about? Does she have asthma or any hearing problems, for example?
No, but she does need to wear glasses.
Oh, I'll make a note of that.
Yeah, she's pretty good about wearing them. She can't see much without them.
Right. OK. Now, I also need emergency contact details.
So what sort of information do you need?
Just the name and number of a friend or family member we can contact in case we can't get hold of you at any time.
OK. That'd better be my sister, Jenny Ball. That's B-A-L-L. Her phone number is 33467523.
Great. So she is the child's aunt?
Yes, that's right.
I'll make a note of that as well. Now, is there anything you'd like to ask?
What about payment? How much are the fees each term?
Well, for 2 days and the hours you've chosen, that will be $450 altogether.
OK, and do I have to pay that now?
No, we send out invoices once the children start at the centre. You can choose to pay at the end of each term, or we do offer a slightly discounted rate if you pay every month.
Oh, I'll do that then. I find it easier to budget that way and I'm not used to the term dates just yet.
Good. It makes it a lot simpler for us as well. Well, that's everything. Would you like me to show you around the centre? We can go.
That is the end of section 1. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to Section 2. Section 2. You will hear a woman called Alice Bustle talking on the radio about the Dolphin Conservation Trust, an organisation which tries to protect dolphins. First, you have some time to look at questions 11 to 15. Now listen carefully and answer questions 11 to 15.
Today we're pleased to have on the show Alice Bustle from the Dolphin Conservation Trust. Tell us about the trust, Alice.
Well, obviously its purpose is to protect dolphins in seas all around the world. It tries to raise people's awareness of the problems these marine creatures are suffering because of pollution and other threats. It started 10 years ago and it's one of the fastest growing animal charities in the country, although it's still fairly small compared with the big players in animal protection. We're particularly proud of the work we do in education. Last year, we visited a huge number of schools in different parts of the country, going round to talk to children and young people aged from 5 to 18. In fact, about 35% of our members are children.
Oh.
The charity uses its money to support campaigns, for example, for changes in fishing policy and so forth. It hopes soon to be able to employ its first full-time biologist with dolphin expertise to monitor populations. Of course, many people give their services on a voluntary basis, and we now have volunteers working in observation, office work and other things. I should also tell you about the award we won from the Charity Commission last year for our work in education. Although it's not meant an enormous amount of money for us, it has made our activities even more widely publicised and understood. In the long term, it may not bring in extra members, but we're hoping it'll have this effect.
Is it possible to see dolphins in UK waters?
Yes, in several locations. And we have a big project in the east part of Scotland. This has long been a haven for dolphins because it has very little shipping. However, that may be about to change soon because oil companies want to increase exploration there. We're campaigning against this because although there'll be little pollution from oil, exploration creates a lot of underwater noise. It means the dolphins can't rest and socialise. This is how I became interested in dolphin conservation in the first place. I had never seen one, and I hadn't been particularly interested in them at school. Then I came across this story about a family of dolphins who had to leave their home in the Moray Firth because of the oil companies, and about a child who campaigned to save them. I couldn't put the book down. I was hooked.
Before you hear the rest of the talk, you have some time to look at questions 16 to 20. Now listen and answer questions 16 to 20.
I'm sure our listeners will want to find out what they can do to help. You mentioned the Adopt a Dolphin scheme. Can you tell us about that?
Of course. People can choose one of our dolphins to sponsor. They receive a picture of it and news updates. I'd like to tell you about 4 which are currently being adopted by our members: Moondancer, Echo, Kiwi and Samson. Unfortunately, Echo is being rather elusive this year and hasn't yet been sighted by our observers, but we remain optimistic that he'll be out there soon. All the others have been out in force. Samson and Moondancer are often photographed together, but it's Kiwi who's our real character, as she seems to love coming up close for the cameras, and we've captured her on film hundreds of times. They all have their own personalities. Moondancer is very elegant and curves out and into the water very smoothly, whereas Samson has a lot of energy. He's always leaping out of the water with great vigour. You'd probably expect him to be the youngest. He's not quite. That's Kiwi. But Samson's the latest of our dolphins to be chosen for the scheme. Kiwi makes a lot of noise, so we can often pick her out straight away. Echo and Moondancer are noisy too, but Moondancer's easy to find because she has a particularly large fin on her back, which makes her easy to identify. So, yes, they're all very different.
Well, they sound a fascinating group. And how would you go about...
That is the end of section 2. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 3. Section 3. You will hear a student called Rob, who is in the first year of a theatre studies course, talking to another student called Mia, who's in the 4th year of the same course. First, you have some time to look at questions 21 to 25. Now listen carefully and answer questions 21 to 25.
Hi, Rob. How's the course going?
Oh, hi, Mia. Yeah, great. I can't believe the first term's nearly over.
I saw your group's performance last night at the student theatre. It was good.
Really? Yeah, but now we have to write a report on the whole thing, an in-depth analysis. I don't know where to start. Like, I have to write about the role I played, the doctor, how I developed the character.
Well, what was your starting point?
My grandfather was a doctor before he retired, and I just based it on him.
OK, but how? Did you talk to him about it?
He must have all sorts of stories, but he never says much about his work, even now. He has a sort of authority, though.
So, how did you manage to capture that?
I'd visualise what he must have been like in the past when he was sitting in his consulting room listening to his patients.
OK, so that's what you explain in your report.
Right.
Then there's the issue of atmosphere. So in the first scene, we needed to know how boring life was in the doctor's village in the 1950s. So when the curtain went up on the first scene in the waiting room, there was that long silence before anyone spoke. And then people kept saying the same thing over and over, like, cold, isn't it?
Yes, and everyone wore grey and brown and just sat in a row.
Yes, all those details of the production.
And I have to analyse how I functioned in the group. what I found out about myself. I know I was so frustrated at times when we couldn't agree.
Yes. So did one person emerge as the leader?
Sophia did. That was okay. She helped us work out exactly what to do for the production, and that made me feel better, I suppose.
When you understood what needed doing?
Yes. And Sophia did some research too. That was useful in developing our approach.
Like what?
Well, she found these articles from the 1950s about how relationships between children and their parents, or between the public and people like bank managers or the police, were shifting.
Interesting. And did you have any practical problems to overcome?
Well, in the final rehearsal, everything was going fine until the last scene. That's where the doctor's first patient appears on stage on his own.
The one in the wheelchair?
Yes. And he had this really long speech with the stage all dark except for one spotlight. And then that stuck somehow, so it was shining on the wrong side of the stage. But anyway, we got that fixed, thank goodness.
Yes, it was fine on the night.
Before you hear the rest of the discussion, you have some time to look at questions 26 to 30. Now listen and answer questions 26 to 30.
But while you're here, Mia, I wanted to ask you about the year abroad option. Would you recommend doing that?
Yes, definitely. It's a fantastic chance to study in another country for a year.
I think I'd like to do it, but it looks very competitive. There's only a limited number of places.
Yes. So, next year, when you're in the second year of the course, you need to work really hard in all your theatre studies modules. Only students with good marks get places. You have to prove that you know your subject really well.
Right. So how did you choose where to go?
Well, I decided I wanted a programme that would fit in with what I wanted to do after I graduate. So I looked for a university with emphasis on acting rather than directing, for example. It depends on you. Then about 6 months before you go, you have to email the scheme coordinator with your top 3 choices. I had a friend who missed the deadline and didn't get her first choice, so you do need to get a move on at that stage. You'll find that certain places are very popular with everyone.
And don't you have to write a personal statement at that stage?
Yes.
Right. I'll get some of the final year students to give me some tips. Maybe see if I can read what they wrote.
I think that's a very good idea. I don't mind showing you what I did. And while you're abroad, don't make the mistake I made. I got so involved I forgot all about making arrangements for when I came back here for the final year. Make sure you stay in touch so they know your choices for the optional modules. You don't want to miss out doing your preferred specialisms.
Right.
That is the end of section 3. You now have half a minute to check your answers. Now turn to section 4. Section 4. You will hear part of a lecture about leadership introducing a theory called self-regulatory focus theory. First, you have some time to look at questions 31 to 40. Now listen carefully and answer questions 31 to 40.
Today, I want to talk about self-regulatory focus theory and how the actions of leaders can affect the way followers approach different situations. Self-regulatory focus theory is a theory developed by Torrey Higgins. He says that a person's focus at any given time is to either approach pleasure or avoid pain. These are two basic motivations that each and every one of us has, and they cause us to have different kinds of goals. Promotion goals in different life situations emphasize achievement. Prevention goals are oriented towards the avoidance of punishment. In a specific situation, our thoughts might focus more on promotion goals or more on prevention goals. The theory suggests that two factors affect which goals we are focusing on. First, there is a chronic factor. This factor is connected to a person's personality and says that each person has a basic tendency to either focus more on promotion goals or focus more on prevention goals as part of his or her personality. Second, there is a situational factor, which means that the context we are in can make us more likely to focus on one set of goals or the other. For example, we are more likely to be thinking about pleasure and to have promotion goals when we are spending time with a friend. In contrast, if we are working on an important project for our boss, we are more likely to try to avoid making mistakes and therefore have more prevention goals in our mind. Research has shown that the goals we are focusing on at a given time affect the way we think. For example, when focusing on promotion goals, people consider their ideal self, their aspirations and gains. They don't think about what they can lose, so they think in a happier mode. They feel more inspired to change. When people are focusing on prevention goals, they think about their ought self. What are they supposed to be? What are people expecting from them? They consider their obligations to others. As a result, they experience more anxiety and try to avoid situations where they could lose. Now that I have talked about the two focuses and how they affect people, I want to look at the idea that the way leaders behave, or their style of leading, can affect the focus that followers adopt in a specific situation. In talking about leadership, we often mention transformational leaders and transactional leaders. Transformational leaders, when interacting with their followers, focus on their development. In their words and actions, transformational leaders highlight change. Their speech is passionate and conveys a definitive vision. All of these things can encourage followers to think about what could be. In other words, they inspire a promotion focus in their followers. In contrast, transactional leaders focus on developing clear structures that tell their followers exactly what is expected of them. While they do explain the rewards people will get for following orders, they emphasize more how a follower will be punished, or that a follower won't get rewarded if his or her behavior doesn't change. In short, they emphasize the consequences of making a mistake. This emphasis will clearly lead followers to focus on avoiding punishment and problems. This is clearly a prevention focus. In conclusion, it is important to understand that one focus is not necessarily better than the other one. For a designer who works in a field where a lot of innovation is needed, a promotion focus is probably better. In contrast, a prevention focus, which causes people to work more cautiously and produce higher quality work, might be very appropriate for a job like a surgeon, for example. The main point of the research, though, is that the actions of leaders can greatly influence whether people approach a situation with more of a promotion focus or more of a prevention focus.
That is the end of section 4. You now have half a minute to check your answers. That is the end of the listening test. In the Ielts test,
Okay, everyone, now you have 1 minute to check your answers. Once I ask to submit, you must submit it right away. Okay, you have 1 minute. All right, so time is. Please submit. Our team will assess your score. Now moving to the second part, it's the reading. The link is already given from Mas Zulfi. So please access the link and fill in the first part. Okay, now move to the second part. We are now doing the reading. You have 40 minutes to complete 26 questions. After 40 minutes, you must submit it right away. I'm going to give you the time. Now, 40 minutes starts now. You have 10 minutes left. You have 1 minute left. Make sure to check your answer. Time is up. Please submit. So time is up. Please everybody submit. All right, now we are going to writing simulation. Wait a second. Okay, if you have any problem with submitting, please ensure that you already complete all the data. Now we continue to writing. You have 20 minutes to complete writing task 1. Remember, we may not use any opinion on writing task 1. So please proceed with the link and fill in the first information. If you have finished, okay, for Mbak Intan, you can screenshot and then send it to our admin. We will proceed that. You can send it to Mas Zulfi. I will contact with Mas Zulfi. So please send by chat. Now you have 20 minutes. You may start writing now. Okay, time is up. Please submit the writing. Okay, everyone. Right, so please submit the writing. Time is up. Now, I would like to ask the moderator to help me.
Iya, halo Pak Dian.
Oke, silakan dipilih Mbak for the speaking.
Oke, jadi untuk speaking ini kami dari panitia akan memilih 3 orang yang akan dipersilakan untuk berbicara pada acara kita kali ini. Baik, mungkin yang pertama kita persilahkan Mas Odi untuk speaking di sini, atau untuk para peserta yang ingin mencoba speaking juga sangat diperbolehkan. Apakah Mas Odi ada?
Ya Mbak, ada hadir.
Oke, baik, mungkin bisa dimulai saja untuk speakingnya Mas Odi dan juga Bu Dian, saya persilahkan.
Mas Odi.
Sorry, Miss, you're not. Your sound is not clear.
Hear my voice.
Not too clear, but okay, just go ahead, Miss.
We got explanation of you agree with the PowerPoint. Let's talk about telephoning.
I cannot hear your voice, but I just guess about telephone. What? I'm sorry. Hello.
Okay, yes. So let me repeat the question. How often do you make telephone calls?
Okay, thank you for the question, Miss. Obviously, I always make some telephone call in my days. Every day, I often call my family to check their condition, their health, and I think the telephone is a common stuff that we use now. Recently, there are many sources that we can use on telephone. It's not about voice call. It's also has video call or just voice chat, if I'm not mistaken about technology. Okay, Miss.
All right, and who do you spend most time talking to on the telephone?
Honestly, I spend more time chat or call with my boss rather than my family, because in this time I often no, I use much time in my home to work, so my boss often check, and I also make a report to him, and obviously my boss is number one on my list on the phone to have to make a report or to do some assignments from my boss.
Mhm. Okay, and next question. When do you think you will next make a telephone call?
Yeah, I know a culture or a behavior in telephone. I get a suggestion to make a phone call in work hours around 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. because it's a it's a manner to make a conversation to others. I know everyone has their activity or has their time, so I just making a call on that time to respect their life and their activity.
Okay, and I come to the last question. Do you sometimes prefer to send a text message instead of telephoning?
Yeah, about the preference, I prefer to make a text message rather than doing a call because I can set and prepare wise and effective sentences before I send this message, and I can use many animation or expression, so my message will not being harsh or uh, not good in meaning. The receiver or the giver message can understand more if I prepare my message in the text.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the end of the speaking part one.
Thank you, Miss. Pardon me. Yeah,
Okay.
I will be good.
Oke, terima kasih Mas Odi atas speaking section-nya pada kali ini. Selanjutnya ada Mbak Maya Rosa yang memberanikan diri untuk melakukan speaking section pada kali ini. Baik, untuk Mbak Maya Rosa dan juga Mbak Dian, saya persilahkan.
Okay, good morning, Mbak Maya. Mbak Maya Rosa, can you open your microphone? Maybe we can move to the next candidate first. Okay, Mbak Erti, maybe we can move to the next first.
Oke, baik. Karena Mbak Maya Rosa mungkin terdapat kendala, mungkin untuk para partisipan yang lainnya yang ingin yang bersedia untuk melakukan speaking section, bisa saya persilahkan atau langsung raise hand saja. Atau kalau misalnya belum ada yang, Kasim. Halo Mas Kasim, mungkin bisa langsung saja antara Mas Kasim dan juga Mbak Dian, saya persilahkan.
Okay, thank you. So, Mas Kasim, we are going to have the speaking part 2. Please prepare with you a pencil and paper to make notes.
Hold on, Miss.
You have 1 minute to make preparation. 1 minute start now. Okay, you now have up to 2 minutes to talk about the topic. You may start.
Okay, so should I start right now, Miss?
Yes, you may start.
Okay, thank you. Describe a journey. So, okay, I don't know. Okay, first of all, I wanna say that I from eastern part of Indonesia, called Buton Island in eastern Sulawesi, and right now I'm in a big city in eastern Sulawesi because for study. So from my originally village, I usually use a car, public transportation. I mean, to going to the city, and the traveler is really interesting because on the right I look a lot of uh, a lot of view like landscape, forest, and use a public transportation. I also use a ship, public ship. So we also I don't know how to say. So I remember this journey because
Okay, thank you so much.
okay, thank you, Miss.
All right. Okay, thank you so much, Thomas Kasim. I think, Bertie, we can move to the last participant for speaking.
Okay, for the next participant, welcome. We welcoming Mbak Maya. Apakah ada? Mbak Maya Rosa, ya yang udah raise hand tadi ya. Saya persilahkan, Mbak.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ya, bisa.
Okay. So, would you like to just repeat the instruction because there's some problem with my laptop just now.
Okay, so Mbak Maya, we are going to have part 3 speaking.
Okay.
The topic is still related to the journey. We are talking about the reasons for daily journey. Why do some people need to travel every day?
Okay. Well, so travel in general meaning, right? So as long as I can see, why do some people need to do the daily journey first to fulfill their needs? I mean to work, to earn some money so they can fulfill their needs, and then to support the family that they have maybe or support their own needs. And the second, they need to travel to just refresh their mind, refresh because after maybe after maybe some term of working and earning some money, they need like some refreshing or to meet a new people or to see a new landscape for just have some vacation. And get into the vacation or having some vacation is also a basic need of a human being, I guess.
Okay. And what problems can people have when they are on their daily journey, for example, to work or to school?
Traffic jam is a big problem because it's not only reduce their time, it's not only make the time management getting harder than usual. Traffic jam is also mentally consuming because it can make people easily to get stressed, even comparing with I'm sorry, it can make people get stressed easily, and it can also disturb their stamina, their power, or their mood to do their own activity, to work or to school.
All right. I come to the last question. Some people say that daily journey like this will not be so common in the future. Do you agree or disagree?
I do agree, because as we can see now, after we are hit by this pandemic, this situation, we are not most of us not really commuting anymore. We just stay at home, doing everything from home like we do now. So yes, I do agree that people people prefer to just stay at the place that they want to stay, like at home or maybe at other pleasant places, rather than just commuting every day. Because now we can see that just buying online or doing online like now, it's also productive.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. This is
Thank you for the chance. Thank you for the opportunities.
Okay, back to Mbak Moderator.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Mbak Dian dan juga para partisipan yang sudah berpartisipasi pada section speaking kita untuk acara hari ini. Jadi sudah berlangsung selama 2 jam, hampir 2 jam, sudah 2 jam lebih kita melakukan simulasi terkait beberapa section. Tadi ada listening section, kemudian reading section, writing section juga, terus yang terakhir adalah speaking section. Jadi setelah ini akan ada sesi pembahasan yang akan dijelaskan oleh Mbak Dian sendiri. Tapi sebelumnya saya mau mengingatkan lagi bahwa acara kita pada kali ini akan ada pengumuman pemenang. Pemenangnya itu apa aja sih? Jadi ada pemenang, kita akan memilih 3 penanya terbaik, kemudian 1 orang dengan skor listening terbaik, kemudian 1 orang untuk dengan skor speaking terbaik, kemudian akan ada satu orang yang akan dipilih di reading sectionnya juga, kemudian akan ada 1 orang juga di writing section juga pemenangnya. Jadi khusus untuk reading section dan juga writing sections akan diumumkan atau diinformasikan pada Instagram dari AZ Language Center. Jadi untuk kalian stay tune terus di Instagram dari AZ Language Center. Baik, untuk waktu dan tempatnya saya persilahkan lagi ke Mbak Dian untuk ke acara pembahasan dari simulasi kita.
Oke, so kita tidak akan membahas semua dari soal yang tadi sudah dikerjakan karena itu nanti bakalan time consuming, nggak nutut waktu kita, pasti sudah capek juga. Nah, di sini saya akan membahas lebih ke yang crucial. Kita mulai saja. Sebentar, saya dulu. Mungkin sebelum saya lupa, saya akan ke speaking. Nah, untuk speaking sendiri, speaking part 1, mungkin karena dia adalah tentang daily activities, kemudian something related to us, it will be easier for us to answer. Dan again tadi pertanyaannya tentang telephoning. Dan telephoning, kalau misalnya kita dihadapkan dengan pertanyaan tentang telepon, kita pasti familiar karena kita melakukannya hampir setiap hari. Kita pasti make a telephone call. Kemudian, the question asked, when will you next make the telephone calls? Nah, mungkin karena kita tidak begitu menangkap grammar yang ada di pertanyaan itu. Nah, ini pentingnya ketika kita mendengarkan soal, kita upayakan untuk mendengarkan atau mengetahui tenses apa yang sebenarnya dibutuhkan di pertanyaan itu. Pertanyaannya tadi adalah when will you next? So when will you next, it means nanti future. Nah, tadi jawaban dari Mas Odi sudah benar mengatakan tentang time-nya, akan tetapi yang masih belum terjawab adalah kapannya nanti akan membuat telepon call. Masih menjawab tentang reguler telepon call aja, misalnya kayak umumnya kita make telepon call during the working days. And when will the next we will do it? Nah, itu yang ditanyakan. Krusialnya di sini adalah kita menggunakan future tense untuk menjawab soal tersebut. Entah itu nanti future yang dalam waktu dekat atau dalam waktu yang mungkin prediksinya agak lama. Atau mungkin kita masih belum tahu kapan kita akan membuat telepon call berikutnya. Tetap kita akan menjawabnya, I don't know yet when I will make. Jadi di tenses itu diharapkan kita mampu menguasai future tense. Gitu. Kemudian untuk yang speaking part 2. Nah, ini yang banyak kendala di speaking part 2 adalah memulai. Ketika kita dihadapkan dengan pertanyaan, misalnya topik tadi tentang journey, kemudian bagaimana saya memulai speaking itu. Nah, di sini yang paling gampang sekali, saya mungkin di sini agak coret-coret sedikit. Jadi awalnya yang harus kita lakukan adalah selain kita pada saat note taking di sini langsung tuliskan di atas sendiri tensesnya. For example, karena pertanyaan tentang your daily journey, langsung kita tulis di sini present. Gunanya ini nanti untuk membantu kita pada saat kita menjawab, kita tahu bahwa oh nanti saya harus fokusnya ke present. Kemudian setelah itu, poin apa aja nanti kita tulis. Di sini jangan lupa selalu bikin introduction. Jadi nggak di writing aja yang butuh introduction, speaking pun kita bikin introduction. Introduction-nya so simple. Misalnya kita bisa bilang, I'm going to talk about. Sambil kita ngomong seperti ini, kita sudah punya ide mana yang harusnya kita sebutkan duluan. Kemudian, kalau misalnya kita tiba-tiba di tengah-tengah itu bingung, kembalikan lagi ke topik, kembalikan lagi ke catatan kita. That's why, during the note-taking, our notes is really important. Biasanya di sini saya selalu bilang, setelah introduction mulai dengan past experience. Kenapa past experience? Kita relatekan dengan topik tersebut. Misalnya, oh ini daily journey. Tapi saya mau membahas sedikit tentang past journey. Well, actually this journey is not the first time I do. I already experienced this before. Nah, misalnya kayak gitu, kita sudah memasukkan past tense di sini. Gunanya untuk menambah grammar-nya. Kemudian, lebih ke description-nya. Now, what should be there? Ini isinya tentang all the WH question yang sudah kita take notes tadi. Jadi apa, kemana, dengan siapa, mungkin kapan. And then we can also do the next. We give opinion. Menurut kita, apakah journey ini umum dilakukan oleh orang-orang? Atau mungkin bagi kita journey ini menyenangkannya karena apa? So here is more on opinion. Why is it and how? Dan the last, kita bisa pakai future plan. Di future plan ini, kita bilang, apakah nanti kita juga akan melakukan journey yang sama? Atau apakah kita nanti sudah merencanakan itu akan dilakukan dalam waktu dekat? Atau mungkin kita akan berhenti melakukannya? Dengan membuat list ini, kita nggak akan kesulitan pada saat diminta untuk speaking 2 minutes. Again, note taking is important. Jadi di sini pada saat kita membuat note taking, ini nanti bahan untuk description-nya. Seperti itu. Jadi untuk yang speaking-nya tadi mungkin masih bingung di bab 2, gunakan strategi seperti ini, sangat membantu. Nah, untuk yang part 3 sendiri, part 3 itu hubungannya dengan not only whether we are able to speak fluently, but it's also dealing with topic. Karena kita dituntut untuk berargumen. Kalau misalnya kita tidak familiar dengan topik, mungkin kita juga kesulitan untuk memberikan argumen. Sehingga kalau ditanyakan untuk yang part 3, lebih banyak kasih contoh. Contohnya tidak perlu yang sulit-sulit. Lihat aja di sekitar kita bagaimana. Kalau tadi tentang journey, apakah journey seperti ini sering dilakukan orang? Misalnya, what is the importance of journey? Daily journey. Nah, daily journey setiap orang pasti melakukan. Kita ke sekolah, kita ke kampus, kita ke tempat kerja, ini semuanya journey, ini semuanya travel. Jadi tidak perlu berpikiran yang terlalu jauh, harusnya apa ya? No, it's just simple. Okay, I go to school, I go to college, or I go to work. It's important. Why? Because if I need to reach the destination, I need to take that journey. Nah, jadi jelaskan kenapa pentingnya journey itu sendiri, seberapa sering dilakukan, atau contohnya. Seperti itu. Ambil yang paling simple dari sekitar kita aja. Itu clue yang paling mudah kita terapkan untuk speaking. Baik, untuk yang writing saya tidak begitu membahas banyak karena writingnya sendiri kita masih belum bisa assess karena pesertanya juga banyak sekali hari ini. Jadi mungkin untuk writing, karena fokusnya di writing itu sendiri adalah bar chart, sehingga perbedaan, kesamaan, dan perbedaan itu sangat penting. Mana aja yang harus ditonjolkan, karena di bar chart itu ada 2 kesamaan. Bar pertama dengan bar kedua memiliki pola yang sama. Nah, itu yang harusnya kita highlight. Kemudian, dari pola yang sama itu pasti ada perbedaan. Nah, seberapa signifikan perbedaan itu, kemudian dari masing-masing graph, masing-masing bar sendiri, yang paling tinggi itu kita tonjolkan. Yang paling rendah kita bandingkan dengan yang paling tinggi untuk menunjukkan seberapa signifikan gap-nya. Oke, kemudian untuk listening, mungkin saya akan membahas beberapa soal di listening sini. Oke, sebentar saya matikan. Oke, di sini saya akan membahas lebih ke pertanyaan yang umumnya muncul di IELTS. Misalnya di soal nomor 2. Nomor 2 ini soal yang paling sering muncul dan banyak sekali yang melakukan kesalahan. Terutama karena dealing with the spelling. Kemudian selain itu juga di sini kita dituntut untuk combination antara number and words usually. But again, be careful to always read the instruction. It is written one word and or number. Jadi kita hanya boleh mengkombinasikan antara satu kata dengan satu angka. Kalau ternyata kita menulisnya lebih dari lebih dari satu kata, itu sudah salah. Misal tadi di sini ada keterangan the age, ada yang menjawab 4 years. Nah, kalau di situ jawabannya masih 4 years, it's still possible. Jadi kita masih boleh menulisnya. Sorry, I think, okay. So I put here, so it's not disturbing. So 4 years, ini masih boleh karena ini satu angka dan ini satu kata. Tapi kalau kita menulisnya 4 years old, ini tidak boleh. Karena ini sudah 2 angka. Walaupun kalau secara bahasa Inggris, ini acceptable karena memang iya ditanyain age 4 years old. But this is already 2 words. Jadi ini tidak boleh, ini harus dihapuskan. Oke, kemudian kalau misalnya saya hanya menulis 4 aja, bagaimana? It is so possible. Karena di sini hanya age 4. Many people also say at the age of 4. Nah, berarti kita boleh menuliskan di sini 4. Gitu aja. And then some people may answer it with this, 4. This is also still possible, as long as we do not break this regulation. Jadi one word itu masih diikuti, masih acceptable untuk pertanyaan tersebut. Oke, kemudian kita lihat di yang number 2. Jadi kita dengarkan untuk yang number 2 itu spellingnya yang benar seperti apa.
The parent's name is Carol Smith. So, Smith.
Learning Childcare Centre. How may I help you? 3 to 5 years old. How old is your...
A birthday and coming to the centre.
Oh, that's good to hear. And what's your address?
It's 46 Wombat Road. That's Wombat. Woodside 4032.
And what's the phone number?
Oh, it's 3345 9865.
Sound, because that's how old she'll be when she starts.
Fine. She's so excited.
And what's your address?
It's 46 Wombat Road.
Okay, so look here, in the address, the women say 46, 46 Wombat Road. So the combination of number and words are really needed for this answer. Kalau hanya dijawab 46 aja atau hanya Wombat aja, masih belum benar. Karena di Ielts, ketika kita salah satu huruf aja, itu sudah salah. Nah, sehingga di sini jawabannya harus lengkap, number dan the road name. And then again, spelling usually problem here. When we deal with IELTS, we listen to not common name, for example, the street name or even the last name, sure, or maybe the first name. Itu biasanya ada kata-kata atau nama-nama yang tidak familiar. Nah, ini kalau kita terbiasa dengan spelling, for example, like the ABCD, akan lebih mudah bagi kita untuk menuliskan itu, walaupun misalnya kita nggak tahu pronunciation-nya seperti apa, tapi pada saat di-spell, dieja oleh speakernya, kita sudah benar menuliskannya karena kita hafal spelling. Jadi yang penting adalah hafal spelling. Kemungkinan besar jawabannya pasti benar kalau kita hafal spelling dan bagaimana kita mendengar itu. Walaupun misalnya kita membaca ini bingung, apa bacanya, seperti itu. Oke, kemudian selain itu, mungkin untuk yang number 3, and days enroll for Monday and blah blah blah. Again, this is also we need to be careful untuk menentukan hari. Sebentar saya. Di sini ada sedikit perbedaan pengucapan antara Thursday dan Tuesday. Kita dengarkan dari audionya.
That's WOMBAT.
Is you would like to bring your daughter here?
I'd prefer Monday and Wednesday if possible.
I'll check. Monday's fine, but I think the centre is already full for Wednesday. Yes. Sorry, it seems to be a very popular day. We can offer you a Thursday or a Friday as well.
Oh dear. I suppose Thursday would be all right because she has swimming on Friday.
Okay, got that. Because a lot of parents work, we do offer flexible start and finish times. We're open from 7:30 in the morning.
Okay, and the next is the Thursday. So there is what is this? Like intonation, high intonation here, stressing in the beginning of the word, especially when it contains R. Usually the pronunciation is a little bit longer. dibandingkan dengan pengucapan Tuesday, itu lebih pendek daripada Thursday. Nah, di sini, biar kita tidak salah, yang kita dengar tadi hari Kamis atau hari Selasa. Apakah itu just, apakah itu Thursday? Nah, this is longer because of the R. Jadi R-nya ini yang membuat penekanan pada pronunciation kata Thursday. So we need to pay attention also on that particular stressing. Kata itu ditekankan di mana, itu yang membantu kita untuk mengetahui kata ini apa. Seperti itu. And the other is this, spelling of the name. Dealing with the name, usually we will always deal with the spelling. Nah, sini kita coba lihat spelling dari surname of Jenny.
To 5-year-olds. Now listen and answer questions 7 to 10.
What about wearing them? She can't see much without them.
Right. Okay. Now I also need emergency contact details.
So what sort of information do you need?
Just the name and number of a friend or family member we can contact in case we can't get hold of you at any time.
Okay. That'd better be my sister, Jenny Ball. That's B-A-L-L.
Okay, so it's Jenny Ball. And then the spelling is clearly mentioned.
At any time.
Okay. That'd better be my sister, Jenny Ball. That's B-A-L-L. Her phone number is 33467523.
Great. So,
all right. So here, for us, A itu biasanya kita sebutnya A, sehingga mungkin kita tidak begitu aware kalau in certain word dia harus dipronounce O. So it's not O, it's not also A or A, but it's O. So same as we have to say law, or maybe we have to say walk. So try to also be familiar with similar pronunciation. If we have to say make and also cake. So this is similar in pronunciation. Ketika nanti tulisannya itu hampir mirip, misalnya kayak ini, setelah huruf mati muncul huruf A, kemudian diikuti dengan huruf mati. Kemungkinan besar pengucapannya seperti apa? Ini juga berlaku untuk kata make misalnya. Jadi ada A, kemudian ada I in the end. Itu biasanya pengucapan seperti apa. Sehingga ketika kita mendengar pengucapan yang mirip seperti itu, kita sudah aware tulisannya nanti harus seperti apa. Seperti itu. Oke. Kemudian untuk yang multiple choice, mungkin di sini right, so this one, multiple choice number 11 to number 12. Ini juga model pertanyaan yang baru mungkin bagi kita. Untuk model pertanyaan number 11 to 12, karena di sini kita langsung disuguhkan dengan 5 langsung pilihan. Dan ini langsung mencakup 11-12, which mean kalau misalnya kita menjawab pertanyaan ini on the answer sheet, mungkin kita boleh memilih in any order. Misalnya saya pilih D dulu, nomor 11, kemudian E nomor 12. This is so possible. Or the other way around, I may choose B and then I choose A. Itu juga boleh. Jadi tidak ada urutan mana yang harus didulukan, mana yang nanti. Nah, untuk jawaban nomor 11 dan 12 itu sendiri, jawabannya adalah yang C, helps finance campaign for changes, and volunteers help in various ways. Kita cek dari audionya. Most likely all the choices will be mentioned.
Section 2. You will hear a woman called in.
exists all around the world. It tries to raise people's awareness of the problems these marine creatures are suffering because of pollution and other threats. It started 10 years ago, and it's one of the fastest growing animal charities in the country, although it's still fairly small compared with the big players in animal protection. We're particularly proud of the work we do in education. Last year, we visited a huge number of schools in different parts of the country, going round to talk to children and young people aged from 5 to 18. In fact, about 35% of our members are children. Oh. The charity uses its money to support campaigns, for example, for changes in fishing policy and so forth. It hopes soon to be able to employ its first full-time biologist with dolphin expertise to monitor populations. Of course, many people give their services on a voluntary basis, and we now have volunteers working in observation, office work, and other things. I should also tell you about the award we won from the Charity Commission last year for our work in education. Although it's not meant an enormous amount of money for us, it has made our activities even more widely publicised and understood. In the long term, it may not bring in extra members, but we're hoping it'll have this effect.
Is it possible to see dolphins in UK waters?
Yes, in several locations.
Okay, so they talk about financing the fishing practices, especially about the dolphin, and then how their members, their volunteers, help in doing that activities. While maybe some people answer it, children make up most of the membership, but in fact, even though she mentioned about that, but this is not focus of the the things that she mentioned about the conservation trust itself. Okay. Okay, and then for the reading itself, we cannot discuss the reading because we also haven't completed in the assessment for the reading. So I think this is a little analysis of the questions that we have today. Okay, saya kembalikan lagi kepada Mbak Moderator.
Oke, baik. Terima kasih Mbak Dian atas pembahasannya terkait simulasi yang sudah berlangsung tadi selama 2 jam. Oke, untuk ke acara selanjutnya yaitu akan ada pengumuman, tapi sebelum saya menyampaikan pengumuman terkait pemenang dari setiap sesi atau setiap section dan juga pertanyaan terbaik, akan saya simpulkan terlebih dahulu pada acara kita hari ini, yaitu Ielts Workshop dengan tema How to Boost Your Score. Oke, baik, tadi sudah sangat jelas sekali dipaparkan oleh Mbak Dian. Terima kasih sekali Mbak Dian sudah berkesempatan untuk mengisi acara kita, yang diselenggarakan oleh ILC yang bekerjasama juga dengan Asset Language Center dari Kota Malang. Oke, baik. Kesimpulan yang bisa kita pick pada hari ini bahwa memang IELTS itu terdiri dari 4 section. IELTS itu merupakan salah satu bentuk tes bahasa Inggris yang berlaku, yang salah satunya berlangsung di Indonesia dan memiliki perbedaan dengan tes bahasa Inggris seperti TOEIC atau ITP dan lain-lain. Seperti yang kita tahu dan juga dijelaskan tadi oleh Mbak Dian bahwa memang di IELTS test itu ada listening section, itu biasanya tesnya itu 30 menit, kemudian ada reading section, biasanya akan berlangsung 60 menit, kemudian ada writing section itu berlangsung sekitar 60 menit, dan terakhir ada speaking section itu berlangsung sekitar 11 sampai 14 menit. Nah, untuk teman-teman juga yang merasa kesusahan, memiliki problematika dengan tes bahasa Inggris bentuk IELTS ini, mungkin bisa menghubungi kontak person dari Asset Language Center, karena luar biasa sekali untuk Asset Language Center ini menyediakan course buat kalian, nggak cuma online nggak cuma offline, tapi juga menyediakan course untuk online. Jadi untuk kalian yang berasal dari Indonesia bagian timur atau Indonesia bagian tengah, jangan khawatir karena AZ Language Center ini sudah menyiapkan sedemikian rupa untuk kita semua bisa belajar bahasa Inggris dengan baik. Oke, langsung saja kita ke sesi pengumuman. Salah satu sesi acara yang paling ditunggu-tunggu untuk kita semua. Baik, saya konfirmasi ulang lagi bahwa untuk pemenang yang akan saya umumkan itu hanya pemenang listening terbaik, kemudian speaking terbaik, dan juga 3 orang penanya terbaik. Untuk reading terbaik, untuk pemenang untuk pemenang reading section dan juga pemenang writing section akan diumumkan pada Instagram dari AZ Language Center. Jadi untuk teman-teman yang mungkin pada kali ini tidak saya sebutkan namanya, jangan khawatir, masih ada harapan untuk menang. Jadi stay tune terus di Instagram dari AZ Language Center. Oke. Yang pertama itu mungkin saya umumkan untuk terbaik di listening section ada, ayo, kira-kira siapa ya? Oke, jadi pemenangnya adalah dengan skor terbaik adalah Mbak Nadia Nur. Selamat untuk Mbak Nadia Nur atas skor terbaik dari section listening. Mungkin untuk teman-teman bisa tepuk tangan online ya, pakai emoticon juga bisa. Oke, selanjutnya untuk section speaking dengan nilai terbaik itu didapatkan atau diperoleh oleh Mbak Maya Rosa. Mungkin Mbak Maya Rosa bisa memperlihatkan wajah cantiknya. Mana nih Mbaknya? Oke. Selamat untuk Mbak Maya Rosa atas prestasinya sudah menjadi speaker terbaik pada speaking section kita kali ini. Baik, untuk selanjutnya adalah para pemenang atas pertanyaan terbaik. Jadi untuk pertanyaan terbaik ada 3 orang yang kami pilih. Yang pertama itu selamat untuk Mas Kashim. Kemudian yang kedua, pemenang kedua ada Mas Syarif Hidayatullah. Kemudian yang ketiga ada Mbak Diah. Oke, mungkin untuk teman-teman yang sudah diumumkan menjadi pemenang, dan untuk teman-teman yang belum beruntung, jangan khawatir karena stay tune terus di Instagram AZ Language Center karena insya Allah bisa jadi kalian yang akan menang di reading section atau writing section. Baik, selamat untuk para pemenang. Tepuk tangan online. Oke, baik. Untuk para pemenang juga silahkan yang sudah saya sebutkan tadi namanya satu-satu, silahkan menghubungi CP yang ada di poster atas nama Mas Radit. Ini akan saya share ulang ke grup nomor dari Mas Radit. Silahkan menghubungi terkait hadiah yang akan diberikan. Itu bentuknya seperti apa? Saya sebagai moderator merahasiakan ya, karena nanti untuk pemenangnya aja deh yang boleh tahu. Baik, pengumuman sudah, pembahasan materi juga sudah, penyampaian materi juga sudah, kesimpulan juga sudah saya sebutkan. Karena ini sudah menginjak jam 12.35, ini sudah berarti udah di menit-menit terakhir kita berjumpa pada kali ini. Baiknya kita sesi foto dulu untuk di penghujung acara. Oke. Ini ada 3 slide ya kita. Untuk para partisipan dan juga panitia dipersilahkan untuk memperlihatkan wajah cantik dan juga gantengnya dengan cara on cam kamera. Oke, ayo Saya hitung sampai 5 ya, untuk teman-teman menyalakan kameranya. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oke. Oke, untuk slide pertama, berikan senyuman terbaik kalian yang sumringah, walaupun saya tahu mungkin teman-teman kayaknya masih ada yang belum sarapan. Oke, operator siap ya untuk screenshot. Baik, saya hitung 1 sampai 3. Slide pertama, 1, 2, 3. Oke, slide pertama udah. Kemudian slide ketiga, 1, slide ketiganya hilang guys. Oke, jadi sesi foto kita pada kali ini. Baik, karena sesi foto sudah, jangan lupa untuk teman-teman para partisipan itu melakukan presensi ya, karena udah di-share oleh salah satu panitia kita, link presensinya. Jangan lupa untuk presensi karena ini wajib banget buat kalian karena capek-capek banget ya dari jam 7, mungkin dari kalian ada yang udah dari jam 7 udah stay tune di depan Zoom, sudah capek-capek sampai jam sekarang nih hampir jam 1. Terus kalau sampai nggak absen agak gimana gitu ya, agak rugi soalnya nanti untuk para partisipan akan diberikan sertifikat yang akan dikirimkan melalui email kalian masing-masing yang sudah kalian cantumkan pada form registrasi seperti itu. Baik, tak perlu berlama-lama, saya mohon maaf apabila saya terdapat salah kata, baik disengaja ataupun tidak, dan juga salah informasi. Saya ucapkan terima kasih sekali untuk para panitia dari ILC, dan juga perwakilan dari AZ Language Center, dan juga beribu-ribu terima kasih untuk para partisipan yang sudah meluangkan energinya, semangatnya, dan juga waktunya pada acara kita kali ini. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, selamat siang, tetap semangat pagi. Saya alihkan ke Mbak Iftika.
Oke, terima kasih Mbak Sagena, dan selamat bagi para pemenang ya. Ini saya barusan di-unmute, ya barusan diizinkan untuk open mic. Oke, baiklah teman-teman, nggak kerasa kita sudah berada di penghujung acara. Hari ini kita udah mengisi waktu bersama dengan hal yang mudah-mudahan memberikan manfaat bagi kita semua. Dan jangan lupa untuk presensi, dan tidak menyebarkan presensi kepada halayak umum. Saya ucapkan terima kasih kepada Mbak Dian dari AZ yang telah membagi ilmunya, Mas Zulfi, dan Ketua HMP, Ketua ALC, moderator, dan seluruh panitia yang bertugas. Dan karena kita masih dalam kondisi pandemi, jadi tetap jaga kesehatan selalu ya teman-teman, jaga dan patuhi protokol kesehatan. Baiklah, saya mewakili panitia yang bertugas mengucapkan terima kasih atas partisipasi teman-teman dan mohon maaf atas kekurangannya. Semoga kita bertemu lagi dalam situasi dan kondisi yang lebih baik. Amin. Saya Iftiha Saraswati undur diri. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bye.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih teman-teman semua. Sampai jumpa di event-event ILC selanjutnya.
as you look